Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandit, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. And fortunately, I don't think we're going to be joined with Lady Che this evening. I don't think she has her internet back on at her house, and I'm still struggling with this Wi-Fi over at my building. Shabaka should be joining us, our West Coast correspondent, here shortly. And we're going to continue where we left off last night with the Democrats. And so as you can see from my profile picture avatar, it says Weekend at Biden's. That's what Sleepy Jim Crow Biden looks like. It's displaying Weekend at Bernie's. Now it's Weekend at Biden's. So you Biden supporters, I got a lot of explaining to do. I've been doing a lot of explaining the last few days. And we're going to continue to remain on your helmets. Because y'all told us back in 2020 we could do better, and Trump was the answer, and we just couldn't have 4 more years of Trump and all that nonsense and ridiculous shit. And here we are, 4 years later, and Biden is looking horrible. Greetings, Brother Shabazz.
Oh, peace, God. How you been doing?
I've been all right, brother. I've just been keeping my head, keeping my foot on the neck of these Democrats.
Oh, I hear you.
They crashing and burning, and I'm loving every minute of it. Because as you know, brother, we've been calling for this for like 4 or 5 years already. So it's the best revenge. What is it called? Success is the best revenge, or just something about just desserts. I can't remember the quote right now, but either way, I'm loving it. Jeff Hart and all his little crew, they're freaking out. They don't know what they're going to do. But they're still talking about they're going to vote for Biden. Now, you see this profile picture. What's that remind you of? You remember that movie, Weekend at Bernie's?
Oh, yes. I remember
That's exactly
that movie.
What Biden looks like. That's what he looked like during the debate against the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear on Thursday. He was stumbling and fumbling all over the place. Couldn't remember what the hell he was saying. He still don't. He probably don't even remember what the hell he said. But these fools, these Democrats, still want to go out and vote for him. They're doing all this planning to my well, he still would be better than Trump. I would still vote for him. Even if he is all senile and got dementia and Alzheimer's, I'll still take him over the dump. So they got a lot of planning to do because we're going to go in on them heavy tonight. I see you, Mac 285. So that's so the first clip actually was I was playing a clip from Jeff. I don't even call him Brother Jeff because he ain't my brother. But Jeff did a live last week where he was talking about the House District 8 race. And I told Jeff back then. Yeah, the Colorado State House District race for House District 8. I'm on the ballot. So I told Jeff this back in April. I told him, I said, look, I'm on the ballot for House District 8. And so is Cornel West, the president for the state of Colorado. I told him directly straight to his face. It's not like, I was just talking online. And then I went straight to the cultural center, told him directly to his face that I was going to be on the ballot. And he just had this bewildered look on his face. I told Meridian, I told Ayante, whoever else is present here, same thing. They both had this they all had this dumbfounded look on their face. So here it is, July 1st. They had the primary on the 25th of June, and he's like, well, Lindsey Gilchrist got the domination for the Democratic Party, and she's going to be the only one on the ticket. So I usually just pop up on him when he says dumb shit like that, where he tries to exclude me from the whole political scene. But I said, no, I'll do one better. I'll contact him by phone. I contacted him and Ayante by phone, and they did a whole about face. I want to play that for the audience tonight. The Wi-Fi will cooperate with me because I'm having technical difficulties the past couple of days. So let me see if I can get that pulled up again. Because the shadow banning is real, and these are the same people that keep talking about this is a democracy and We should be able to vote who we want in our office, and everybody should have equal representation and all of that shit. The Democrats are such hypocrites. That only applies to the Democrats.
Right.
And in the party, they don't want to give you no kind of shine, no kind of exposure, no kind of nothing. But they keep talking about this is democracy and we need to save democracy and all this bullshit. First of all, Black family, this has never been a democracy. This is a constitutional republic at best, and a bunch of hypocrisy at worst. Hypocrisy is more like an oligarchy. Rich people control 98% or whatever. I don't want to get on Alex Jones. Fuck Alex Jones. He's a racist, just like the rest of them. And that's why I'm glad they shut his damn show down and his whole channel down. Okay, there's Shabaka. Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Hey, what it do? What it do? What it do? Yeah, greetings from Sand City. It's
Great,
a
brother.
92 degrees right now. We'll be at 106 degrees tomorrow. So
It's
you
a
know,
pleasant right now. What's the temperature right now?
Okay, right now, so we had a pleasant 91 degrees right about now.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no. No, man. I love this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't take that damn cold. You know what I mean? Yeah. The only thing it's doing is keeping us melanated right there. Hey, Mac 285, peace to you, brother. Greetings to you all. Yeah, and also too, man, the dump, man. I was trying to get on one of the other blog talk shows that hate us. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta. I was going over the topics when you hopped on. So
okay.
Let me continue with the introduction, and then I'll let you say what you want to say about the dump. So so that's the first topic. I'm gonna finish off with the Jeff Fart shit.
Okay.
We got financial pain and disrespect has caused the mass exodus of Black voters under 50 from the Democrats. We called it. Then Kamala, y'all vice president, y'all voted for her, Sleepy Joe pro Biden. She says that she tells us, she's trying to wag her finger at us, telling us Black America to never take no for an answer. Stop it, Kamala.
Okay,
Jimbo Jangles.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Jimbo Jangles, Clyburn again. He's running interference for Biden. He's trying to make us outraged over Dump saying Black jobs comment during the debate. Then we got Black Americans are no longer scared by the scare tactics that are used by the Democrats.
Right.
Then we got Louisiana Governor, I think his name is Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. He orders the 10 Commandments to be put in all schools in Louisiana.
Okay, that's dangerous.
And then, of course, we got the illegal migrant news. The Supreme Court rules on camping bans. And unhoused labor news and unhoused labor sweeps and unhoused illegal migrant news sweeps. So those are the topics for tonight. Yes, Mac, the dump. That's some human shit.
Yeah, human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. To quote another crook by the name of Tricky Dick Nixon, man. You know, the one who said he was innocent. And John Dean, who you guys see on CNN, was the dude that brought down Tricky, man, back at the Watergate hearings in 1972. So Dean, he had to go walk the concrete, you know, for a couple of years. So now, you know, they going to him. He's like that go-to guy, man, is because the dump, man, is making Tricky look like a Boy Scout. The dump is sick. So I don't know if the dump, man, you know, has got venereal disease from Stormy Daniels. I don't know if he's doing too much dope or what, but something is definitely wrong with that fool, man. He really is.
And with all that, he's still better off than weekend at Biden.
Yeah, well, Biden, man, you know what I'm saying? He's slipping, you know what I mean? And then from what I understand...
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at the pictures you have about weekends Biden's.
Oh,
Yeah, we in that bike.
yeah.
That's why I'm laughing about that part. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
just.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
they talk
man. Yeah, that
about.
fool look bad, man.
Y'all remember Weekend at Bernie's where they had all
Yeah.
Bernie died and they were all propped up and they was taking them all over the town and everything. They had them on the beach. They had them like everywhere, all propped up.
Yeah. That's bad, man. You know what I'm saying? That's bad.
So the
But what it
Democrats
is,
running
though.
scared. They're talking about, oh, it was rigged. The debate was rigged. How the hell was it rigged when Biden had? It was the one that came up with the rules in the first place.
Yeah,
Like
right. And then you
everything
saw him sitting up there falling
was in
asleep.
his court. The ball was in his court, y'all.
Yeah.
He really fumbled the ball. And the
Mhm.
Democrats are looking right now. I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh, yes, sir. And then also, too, man, we're doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow. The call-in number is
Yes.
516-418-5996.
We want
Please
you
call
Bite
in.
nights. We want you weekend at Bite nights to call in and tell us why we should be wasting our time, bro. Oh, Dementia Joe.
Yes, sir, Brother Parrish. And I just put it up there, open mic general discussion on the current event. So that leaves it open. But if you want to go in there and modify it, brother, by all means do it. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Now, what's happening?
Shabaka, that hurricane. Oh, I had an update. So that Hurricane Barrel is a Cat 5 now, Shabaka.
Okay, that there's the power of the ancestors, man, coming across the Atlantic as so many of our people were chained and thrown overboard and used for shark bait. Yeah. That's why it's called hurricane. You see what I'm saying? As the women.
So Jamaica might get directly hit, y'all, and then it might make a beeline toward Houston or New Orleans.
Okay, I certainly hope not, man. I certainly hope not, because we got the homie down there in New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully they're preparing well. And I'm going to tell you something to those of us listening in the South. Okay, I don't know what to do in a hurricane, but I damn sure know what to do when a quake hits. I know that.
You got to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, well, man, I lived through 5 major earthquakes, the time of living in California, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing nice.
Yeah.
Now, see, the cold part about the deal between a hurricane, man, and an earthquake, you see, the hurricane you can see coming. Quake, you don't know when it's going to hit. Man, I don't give a damn what they say over there at the California Institute of Technology.
Now you can. Back in the day, you couldn't tell if they was coming until it was too late. That's why the biggest hurricane that killed the most people was in Galveston, Texas in 1900. It killed over 8,000 people.
Whoa, okay. Now, earthquake, man. Now, the earthquake could do more damage than that, man. Look at the Peralta earthquake that happened in 1989 that tore down, parts of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. And then they had a double-decker intersection, man, or a double-decker freeway that would take you and that's the one that collapsed, and they had them bodies out there, man, like for about 3 months, man. So, it was good and ripe over there in West Oakland, man. You know what I'm saying? That was bad. Real bad. You know what I mean? And so then when they was rebuilding that eastern part of the Bay Bridge that collapsed, a lot of the boats was breaking, a lot of the salt, from the bay was deteriorating the boats, and then of course the boats were made in China. So what does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? So what does that tell you? You know what I mean? But anyway, the dump, okay, convict his ass, had the bastard open up his Western White House, man, at Alcatraz Island. It is still federal land. Put the Secret Service in there, you know what I'm saying, and just leave it in the condition that it is, with seagull shit everywhere, man, probably rats crawling all across it, man. I think it's the most appropriate Western White House, if you ask me. And Joe Biden put his ass off in a nursing home. Kamala, well, and I saw something up there on Stinky Bird, where Taraji P. Henson was up there talking to Kamala, talking about what they're gonna go Hollywood, and it's bullshit. Where they staged that shit, you know what I'm saying? Which I really think was in
Well,
bad taste. Oh yes, sir, Mac 285, most definitely praying for Houston, you know, and then also too. Oh, okay, Mac 285, of course, prayers is yeah.
I love the
Okay.
music that came out of H-Town.
Okay,
Some of my
all right,
favorite
Mac
artists.
285. Yeah, most definitely, man. We're praying for you, man, you know, without a doubt. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, you do know that Houston, Texas. Okay, you say you've been through 5 of them. Okay, Mac 285.
Yeah,
I've been
I
through
wanted
about
to know
5
what
major
5
breaks.
was. It Ike? Let me see. Let's see. Ike, Rita. Were you around during
No,
Alicia?
I think they did have an Alicia, but this
Mac
is Hurricane
85.
Burl. Yeah, this is Hurricane Burl that's coming through. That's
Yeah, Beryl is
B-E-R.
right
Yeah,
now. But I'm
yeah, that's
thinking
a
of
woman's
historic
name. I knew a
hurricanes
woman
that hit
named
Houston.
Burl. Yeah. Okay. And then of course too,
Didn't
George Foreman.
Andrew hit? No, Andrew went to Louisiana
Yeah,
after
and
it hit
keep in
Florida,
mind,
after it decimated Florida. I'm trying to remember the storm was. Rita, Ike, Wilma, Alicia was in '83. I know Alicia did a lot of damage in downtown Houston.
yeah.
What else?
Then you had Hurricane Katrina. Oh, and by the way, Mac
Well,
285
Katrina
is that
hit
fraud?
Houston.
Is that fraud? Joel Osteen down there, man, gonna open up the church, man, for people to ride the
Yeah,
hurricane out.
fuck Joel Osteen.
Yeah, I
Hell
know,
with
I
him.
know, with his
I hope this
damn joker-looking ass. Yeah, so I hopefully, you know, he will open up the church and do the right
What
thing.
was that? It was during Hurricane Ike. He refused to open the doors to the church.
Yeah,
Either Ike or Rita, he refused to open the doors.
yeah. And then I remember, man, me and Jay Dizzle and myself, man, we did a marathon, man, you know, on Blog Talk, man, you know, for 24 hours, you know, to get funding down there, you know, to the people, you know, going through the hurricane.
Oh yeah,
And
Jay
Mac
Dizzle's down there
285.
too.
Yeah. Jay is down there, so definitely, of course, we need to check on Jay as well. And then also too, oh yeah, okay, Matt 285 says he hates Joel Osteen. That's right. You know what I'm saying? That's right. You know, and then that fool there, man, has got the mega churches, man. You know, got 6 figures in about $700 million, and he wouldn't open the church for the hurricane victims. And it's quite obvious, is because you know the majority of the people in the great state of Texas down there, Governor Bud, is our folks.
God.
So you know, of course, you know that they got a certain way of dealing with us. And this is, you know, and I would debate with any ass scratcher, yassa bosses, what have you, who's talking about that we got to love everybody and sit up there and hate ourselves. That is bullshit.
I
You talking about
agree.
these Negroes right here on the screen?
Oh man, that idiot right there on the right there. Hey, did that fool get my calling card, man, when I saw you there in Denver, brother Che?
He wasn't there. Remember, he went on that trip to Africa.
He wasn't there. How convenient. His church used to be the Houston Summit where the Rockets played their games. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
What?
Oh man. Yeah. The Houston Rockets. Yeah. I think they won a couple of championships too.
Yeah, like 20, 30 years ago. 30 years ago.
But brother Che, but what's happening? Okay, but what's happening with your buckets there in Denver, man?
Yeah, hey, we made it to the finals. You know, we were back to back. We was trying to go for that back to back. You know, give it another shot. This next season.
Okay, and the Lakers still got about 3 more years, man, you know, to be rebuilt. And then there was some scrub, man, that came on there. That's how big his church is. Wow. Okay, and then of course, you know, they're hating on LeBron James because Clutch City. Okay, and they hating on LeBron James down there out there in Angel Town because he brought his son on there. And
you still have the banner from '94?
Okay. And then of course too, man, is that So some dude, man, some scrub came up there do a live feed with his whitewashed ass. Oh man, trade me out the team. LeBron James thinks the Lakers' his team is on his own. His son is mediocre and all that. Fool, don't you know that there is history? Yeah, man.
Yes, I
Yeah, a
remember that.
child was shot at his church. The child was shot and killed, if I'm not mistaken, 285. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Wow, that's
yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, it is, man. You got to be careful, man, when you
Yeah.
step off in these places,
Yeah,
man,
somebody
because
ran
now
up in
one
that church
thing,
and shot. They shot it. They shot and killed that child. They shot and killed some. They shot some other people too.
yes, sir. And then we're not going to talk about, man, what old Dylan Roof did. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
And
God! Fuck
yeah, with
him.
the Dylan
You know,
Roof.
it's been 9 years. It's been 9 years
Yeah,
since that happened.
yeah. And then the cold part about it is, people, is that even white
Oh,
folk
okay.
was saying,
Well, thanks.
okay,
Let
the
me stand
shooter was
corrected. The
killed, the
shooter was
child
killed.
survived. Okay, yeah, good,
Okay.
real good. Okay, as long as that baby survived, okay. And then when Dylan Roof did his thing, even white folks were saying when the pastor invited him in to pray, and he was one of Dylan Roof's victims, he said, "How come they didn't defend themselves?" Okay, my theory is, man, is that due to the dumbing down of our people, through the Catholic preachers,
There
the
was a lot of old
Ambone.
people too.
Yeah, I
I
know,
believe
man. I
majority of
mean,
the people were.
yeah, they were elderly, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the police
70s.
come and they take Dylan Roof, man, to Burger King before they lock him up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
So what is
figured
that? What is that?
So
to the
therefore,
Job well
BK,
done.
it
They
stands
just
yes,
for
need to work
Black Killer.
on our
yes,
people.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
I
what it
have
is,
family
though,
down in South Carolina, so that really hit close to home.
yeah, I'm
I
quite
don't
sure it
knock on
did.
wood. I don't think any of my family members got killed, but I do have family down there. My family did
Okay.
sharecrop down there for a
Oh
number of
man.
years.
Wow. Yeah. Condolences to them as well too. And then also too, ladies and gentlemen. Now me and Brother Paris
Mm-hmm.
sometimes we disagree agreeably. Okay, all right. Mac
Educated
285
by
says
white
they were
supremacy.
domesticated by white supremacy. See, that's the fucking problem right there. All these guys
Mm-hmm.
about, yeah, let the child you, I really love
Well,
you.
speaking of the yes bosses, they're on the
Yeah.
screen right now. So,
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
like I said,
that's terrible. And they talk about
Yeah.
they forgive white folks after they killed 9 people. What did they get out of it? Some Rice Krispie treats or something?
Yeah, man, it's
some
bad,
butter
brother.
biscuits. I don't know, some
Yeah,
bones and
man.
biscuits, like Sister Vicky Dillard always says. Shout
Yeah,
out to Sister
yeah,
Dillard.
yeah.
And
It's
shame on you,
bad,
Jeff
man.
Hart, for you allowing RFK, fuck RFK Jr. to
Yeah,
disrespect our sister
exactly.
Queen Vicky like that.
Yeah,
So
exactly. And then also
this
too, Jeff
pastor
Hart,
here,
you need to take down that
go ahead,
picture of Jack Johnson, is because that was a proud black man right there. That was the inspiration
all of the
for
people
Muhammad
behind
Ali.
him would have shot him. Every last
No,
one of the people behind him would have shot him.
particularly sister right there who used to level the street sweeper at you when she says, once you get on this train, ain't no turning back, and then you go up there, get big buff 6'8" niggas. Oh man, Miss Harry, we gotta go back to Miles. He been so nice to us. You know what I'm saying? He the boss. And Sister Harriet would take that street sweeper, she would lock and load, cock, and she says, look, fool, you either gonna be free or you're gonna be dead. And you got like about 5 seconds to make up your mind. So I'm quite sure she kicked a whole lot of them fools off the planet. I'm sure she didn't want to do it. But but everything else was at risk. You see, black family. This is the problem, man, about this chain on the brain. When are we going to get this damn chain off of our brain? Now, for the generations
Yeah.
after me,
Uncle Remus ass niggas, exactly.
yeah,
Uncle Ruckus.
oh yeah.
Uncle
Hey,
Ruckus
Mac
type niggas.
280, hey, Mac 285, zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me.
Nothing
Man,
is
if it
plenty
wasn't
for
so
me.
sad,
That's horrible.
nothing is plenty for me. Yes, sir. And keep in mind, like that song Smokey Robinson made years ago, and Mr. Robinson has turned 84, and more power to him. You know, he made a
Yes.
song called "I Gotta Laugh to Keep from Crying." You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if he
Yep,
was
he sure
reflecting
did.
on the civil rights movement at the time, because you have to remember that because you got to keep in mind, frog face, segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation mine. Okay, now the thing about frog face is, and may he rest in piss and shit. Okay, he stated how
Piss and
he
shit.
honestly feel. That what I always was arguing with that old dumb Sarge about, and Sarge is not dumb. Actually, Sarge is very well read, brother Che. But you just got to know how to cut the ring off from Sarge. You know what I mean? You know,
Well,
because
he just
Sarge,
letting you know where his allegiance lies. His allegiance
yeah,
lies in
yeah.
racism and white supremacy. So he's
Oh
gonna go
yes,
out of
sir.
his way to defend that to the fullest.
Yes, sir.
Like these
Yeah,
Negroes
but you
right here.
know,
So these
yes,
Negroes
sir.
right here,
Yes,
they're
sir.
on that vote blue no matter who bullshit. And it don't
No,
matter
man.
if you're it don't matter if you're a black candidate, they're not gonna support you unless you're a Democrat.
Right.
So I checked them. They were talking about
Okay.
the House District 8 race. And I was like,
Okay.
well, you know, y'all ain't acknowledging my run at all. Like, I actually text them because I have both of their phone numbers while they were live on the air and said, y'all being very disingenuous with what you're
Right.
saying.
Right. And then feel free to invite Jeff Fart, you know, on Shabaka's Black Experience at any time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, then because see, I will have the control panel. You see what I'm saying? But here's the difference between me and Jeff Fart. Jeff Fart can disagree with me all he wants. I'm not gonna mute Jeff Fart, okay? But I tell you what I will do with this knowledge I got or what's left of it.
As you can see, that you can't comment on this post right now.
Oh yeah, I can't comment on
frontline campaign blocked.
Yeah, because he cannot stand the truth, brother.
Yeah,
You know, not cutting in on your wisdom, good brother, but what it is, he cannot stand the truth. And what it is for you gentlemen, the generations after me, man, don't fall, man, for that fake ass integration shit. Build businesses, get educated. You know what I'm saying? Look out for your people. You see what I'm saying, man? As Brother Malcolm said, you see these 5 digits right here. They will sting you if you slap someone. But if you want to put somebody in their place, then just simply bring these digits together. You see what I'm saying? Yes, sir. And the cold part about it is, Black family, they don't have no problem with these other groups going out here doing this bullshit. Okay. But when it comes to us, yeah, Mac 285, yeah, man, yeah, that fool, he comes on and, well, I don't want to call a man a fool, but Sarge, Mac 285, you more than welcome, man, to come up there and roast his ass all you want, man, and please listen to the the playback that we did with him on Friday, you know what I'm saying? He got really upset.
Oh, yeah, that was hilarious. I was so upset I missed that.
No, you can listen to the playback, brother Jay. And then I'm going to say this here, Brother Che, and then I'm going to go on and let you go with the itinerary. Okay,
yes,
what it is that we got on the subject of Muhammad Ali and Skip Gates. As you know, Dr. Henry Louis Gates, bona fide coon, miseducated coon, and Dr. Gates, you welcome to call in too. Okay, it's because he's going to sit up there. And that DNA ancestry shit that he does, in my opinion, it's a fraud. Don't take it. So what he did was
fraud. All I can say is make sure y'all check out the last RBA if it's still up. Y'all probably could check it out on Frontline Black News YouTube channel. The lady Tay went into detail about how fucked up that whole thing is. But Shabaka, I gotta get to the clip by the Wi-Fi is allowing me to share this.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
So, like I said, Jeff Fart. So on the left is Ayante. He is the former school board director. That's the one that they tarred and feathered and publicly lynched. And I was the only one that came to his defense. And then on the right is our favorite coon in the whole wide world, Jeff Fart. And they're talking about the primaries here in Colorado. So when they get to District 8 and they're saying there's no black candidate for District 8, I have to check them. So I'm going to play that clip. them responding to me checking them.
Okay.
I think Colorado is going to miss out on that sort of leadership. And now I think we move to uniting behind the Democratic nominee, Mr. Elliott Hood, to get him elected. Because now the balance of power is in control, is hanging in the balance with this election. And so I want to make sure that my region.
The hell with Wanda James.
Wanda James
which I was not trying to do.
Again, the Republican probably smells Elliott all over me. It won't be reaching into the free think zone. Who's Elliott?
Thinking about this
Elliott Hood is a proud former teacher,
Democratic zone, and
educational attorney serving school districts across the state.
Only
He's
Democrat
running for region to make CU more affordable, get guns out of classrooms, to push CU to be more sustainable, stand up for collective bargaining for our workers, and promote DEI and civil discourse on campus. Please join us.
Don't we like all of that?
That's
as Democrats, isn't that our lingo?
And inclusion.
Yeah, those are the talking points.
Aren't we Democrats DEIs? And aren't those the education? Education and all of that. And so, but before we even get into Elliott, don't we got to get behind him anyway?
I mean, I believe in party unity. I believe in supporting the Democratic nominees. If I know that what's at stake for this election, because it's larger
big mistake
than Elliott's election, because again, I want to make sure that my region, Wanda James, remains in the majority, and this seat will determine the balance of power and the majority on the CU Board of Regents. So my interest is now in making sure Wanda James still has the operation or the power to maintain her influence in a majority versus now her working in the minority, not being able to get things done for the constituents of Congressional District 1.
Auntie, that's the point. Without even any undercurrent. It was a Democratic primary. The Democrats voted for who they wanted to represent them in the general. Regardless of the point, you're pulling for the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party ticket, right?
That is correct.
And you also know that there needs to be Black representation, right? And I just got corrected for something I didn't say, but you know, when we do these shows, it's always the y'all, even though we are collective in terms of our own individual opinions. But I guess when one person says something, it's y'all.
But I checked this fast.
So let's go to Lindsey Gilchrist in HD8, which you were discussing. I didn't even get into yet. She is not running unopposed. She has a Black candidate on that same very ticket by the name of Jesse Paris. And clearly, based on your argument, you're voting for Jesse Paris.
I'm a Democrat. I'm voting for the Democratic nominee.
Period, Mac. I'm convinced.
But you said
I'm Black for the Democratic nominee.
But you said
I'm
Black.
voting for the Democratic nominee.
But you said
I'm a Democrat voting for the Democratic nominee. I voted for Lindsey Gilchrist in the primary. I'll be voting for Lindsey Gilchrist in the general election.
But a Black man is
a Democrat. I'm going to vote and represent the Democrat nominee.
So Blackness matters only if it's a Democrat, is what you're saying. Not Blackness as a whole, but Blackness in part. That's what you mean.
I'm just voting for the Democratic nominee.
Did your argument just fall apart?
Nope, it did not.
Everything I just told you about values and winning the Eastern Front and, you know, people concerned about their gas prices.
Are you voting for Jesse Paris?
I'm not an identity politics person. I never said you need a Black candidate. I'm not the red, black, and green political party.
Obviously.
Whoa, man. Well, thank God we ain't got an ass scratcher like that with the RBG.
I'm voting for Lindsey Gilchrist.
You see how they disrespected RBG?
This trick is dangerous, man. It's that house nigga syndrome. Boss, we sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not even surprised. I knew that was coming.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I knew it.
Ticket,
something
which means
about that
Democrat
brother
up and down the ballot.
about 10 or 12 years ago. I knew about that dude.
Yeah. Is that he was, you know, man, and the part people that is so sad about this, okay. When I sat up there and I looked at Van Jones get on mainstream media and sit up there and cry.
Oh my God, that was horrible.
Okay, that was horrible. That was horrible. That was horrible. Horrible, and more horrible. And what should have happened is just like the Montgomery bus boycott that I will always use an example is because when Rosa Parks, and I met Rosa Parks, by the way, believe it or not. Okay, she said that she just got tired. Yeah, she just said that she just got tired of giving up her dignity, and she says, "Hey, I would much rather go to jail." So what had happened was, and I believe this is when Dr. King had, he was the pastor at the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Birmingham.
Yeah, when they had chose her, because initially it was a 15-year-old pregnant sister that was supposed to do it.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
do it because she was pregnant out of wedlock.
Yeah, because back in that time, man, they looked down on young girls who were pregnant, or what they would say, having a child out of wedlock. But however, in the late 60s, the 70s, and early 70s, man, it was the thing to do, is because women are in their best childbearing years, you know, when they're young, you know, 18 on up, you say. So, but meeting Mrs. Parks, she was a frail lady, y'all. She only weighed like about 115 pounds wringing wet. You know what I'm saying? And then, and she stated that she just got tired of giving up her dignity. Now, the beauty of it is when Dr. King had organized a bus boycott, okay, it was Dr. King, it was Ralph Abernathy, I believe, and I believe that's on SCL. Yeah,
SCLC, yes.
Yeah, when they first got started. Okay, and they said, whatever you do, walk to work, carpool to work, get 2 beer cans and roller skates, but do not take the motherfucking bus, okay? And what had happened is within a year, they damn near went bankrupt. Now, they say officially that they damn near went bankrupt. Nah, man, they went bankrupt.
They did.
You know, they just didn't, they just didn't want to look back. And then here come old frog face. Segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation mine. You see what I'm saying? And make frog face.
I'm for segregation. Just pay us our goddamn reparations, and we'll go our separate ways.
There it is, right there. And the bill is $960 trillion in tangibles. Now, for all you haters out there, oh no, they ain't never gonna pay reparations to you niggas. Fine, we start building up our own black businesses. We start reaching out there, okay, but me and Paris, we disagree agreeably on this issue.
Oh, they're going to pay it. They're going to pay it.
But when you say
the Democrats is going to keep losing. The Democrats is going to keep losing every election cycle. We don't give a damn. We don't give a damn about either of them parties. They can both crash and burn. So all we give a damn about.
The same coin. They both sides of the same coin. And I will sit
That's
up
right,
here.
man. 285 tangibles.
Exactly. And I would debate with any ass scratcher, any yassa boss, you know what I'm saying? And then when I start putting this heat on their ass, as you know, Brother Paris, they're going to sit up there and get the cussing and what have you and start blowing a gasket. And that's how you know you got them. You know what I'm saying? But what it is, black family.
Real quick, because these mugs, they just keep putting their foot all in their mouth.
Yeah, exactly. And then also, too, Brother Paris.
Damn, Aonte said that he would vote for a black candidate. They had to, if they share values or whatever, and then Jeff checked him on it and was like, "Well, you know, Jesse's running. Why won't you support him?"
Right. You see? Well, see, Jesse.
And it's not because Lindsay is white or Lindsay is black, or
it's because Lindsay's pushing that fucking agenda. That's what that is. Lindsay is the epitome of a colonizer and everything we cannot stand about white people, pretty much. Like the broad, she goes over there to Africa, tokenizing black people, using them as props. Oh, I'm doing AIDS research. No, for all we know, you were spreading AIDS over there.
Yeah, that part. You know what I'm saying? That part. You see? And just like how
that's what they all rallied behind, the Democrats out here. That's what they rallied behind. They gave they gave her the nomination. And now that I'm on the ballot, these raccoons right here, because they're always the first to call somebody a raccoon, but they're the biggest raccoons in the city. They doing all this double speech.
Her opponent is black or white. Her opponent has a history of being callous.
He said, I have a history of being callous to him.
Callous. Wait a minute. Did I miscomprehend what Brother Jeff said?
Yes, he said that about me. He said, I have a history of being callous to him. No, nigga. I have a history of checking your ass for the fuckery that you do when you're on that goddamn show that you call the Free Coon Zone.
Right. And then too, my brother, they banned me, man, after I was at there on one episode, man, because it was coming up there. Now I'm gonna tell you something, out of all fairness, okay, just to really show you that this dude Jeff Fart ain't shit, okay, is because I wrote in there, I says, what do you ass scratchers gonna do for the black community, right? And education, I believe, Brother Paris, I was saying. So the sister that he had with him, she countered me real good. She says, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this, and we're doing this. And then I even had stated, brother, is that, okay, you got me. That's beautiful. That was the answer that I needed and wanted to hear. So they didn't even want to get
what she was talking about, if I remember correctly, she was talking about like all black school. They didn't even follow up on that shit. And then Robert Smith tried to jump in and start that Robert Smith STEAM Academy, which I don't even know if they even met their enrollment, because they tried that 280 Freedom School. That shit didn't even they didn't have enough students enrolled to even have a what is it called? A school year.
Damn. That's bad. No, that's real bad. And then
so the black people here, they don't even support the black people that actually are trying to support them. They're about to support this bastard here who's doing nothing but
being on camera.
Gentrification.
He'll pop up.
Money.
He'll show up if when the news television camera be out there and pop up, then he'll start popping out. That's what me and Brother Eric talked about.
Yep, Brother Eric go in on him too.
Oh yeah.
And then
he's been called out for a while.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, he's been called out for a while. I remember this brother that called what is his name? Vincent. He said that Brother Jeff tried to have him. Yeah, he's trying to have me killed. All these so-called black leaders in the city are trying to have me killed. Like he literally, every time he speaks at city council, he brings that up. And I met the brother before, and I was like, I appreciate you speaking up, brother, because a lot of times I feel like I'm in an echo chamber.
Well, like I said, though, man, you know, when we took on this path right here, Brother Paris, to quote the words of Dr. Huey P. Newton, when you go on this here pro-black path, I mean, you got to realize that you're doomed.
Oh, speaking of one of our brothers that's on a pro-black path, Brother Murray is back, Brother Shabazz. I don't know if you heard.
I just talked to him at Juneteenth. I just talked to him in person at Juneteenth.
Okay, I would like to interview and speak with Brother Murray. You know what I'm saying? Because I have been following him on.
He got a new book out about white supremacy.
Okay, and by the way, folks, It's a pleasant 93 degrees right here in Las Vegas right now. Just got the weather
It warmed
report.
up. I thought it was 91. It warmed up 2 degrees.
Okay, it probably warmed up is because you know what happens is, as you know, man, when the sun hits the ground all day long at extreme temperatures, and when the sun
Yeah, you
sets,
get
the
that heat
ground
island effect.
kicks. Yeah, the ground kicks the heat back up. I forgot what they called it. I forgot my basic
It's a heat
geography
island.
class
Heat
and
island.
astronomy class. You know, that was 40 years when I was in college. You know what I'm saying? Okay,
Meteorology.
but oh yeah, but the thing is though, to the generations after me, we are all we got, black family. You know what I'm saying? And also
Right.
too, yeah, crumb
We got to
bomb
get the
on the
family.
raping, slave trading,
These
pedophile.
Democratic shows like this, they got to go.
Yeah,
They got to go.
absolutely.
They're not race first. They're not black first.
Exactly.
This is not even a black. This is not a black platform. That Free Coon Zone. It's just not a black one.
Yeah.
We exposed that during the mayoral campaign last year. And I said, I thought
Yeah,
this was
right.
a black platform. Oh no, this isn't a black platform. We're for everybody. We're
Yeah,
inclusive.
it's
So
but
right
everybody
there and
ain't
then, I
for
was
us.
like, okay.
Right.
See, everybody ain't for us. You see what I'm saying? Just as long, black family, that we out here killing each other, making these dumbass rap videos, killing niggas, shooting niggas, I'm a motherfucking G.
So
I
he had
did.
the audacity to say, I've been callous to him. Negro, I showed you nothing but love. And this is the thanks that I did. I had to go off on you when I was running for mayor. I was the first one to announce I was running for mayor. I was one of the first people to file to run for mayor. And I told him before I even filed for mayor, I said, hey, I'm running for mayor. Can I count on your vote? Because his ass told me when I ran for city council at large in 2019, the reason why he didn't support me is because I didn't ask for his vote. So I said, okay, bet.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in 2023, before I even filed to run, because I filed to run a year before the election. So it was actually 2022. I told him in 2022, I said, hey, I'm gonna run for mayor. Can I count on your support? He just smiled. He didn't say nothing. He just smiled, right? So then I filed to run, and this bastard waited a whole month before he acknowledged my run for mayor. And then he had my nemesis on there. Oh God, I hate mentioning his goddamn name. Terrence Roberts, T-Rob, we call him Ho-Biz. He used to go by Showbiz, my nemesis. He had him on there directly after me. And I had to threaten Jeff to get on his show the first time because he always talks that stupid shit about you got to reach in. We don't reach out. You got to reach in. So I reached out to his dumbass. He, like I said, he ignored my campaign for at least a month. Then he had my nemesis up there. I popped up on the nemesis who was there. He's talking about, oh, I don't have problems. I don't have no beef with nobody and all that dumb shit. And then he goes back to doing the stupid shit he was doing. And then Jeff want to get all buddy. That Free Coon Zone, they call it the Free Coon Zone. There ain't no Free Coon Zone. It's a Free Coon Zone.
Yeah.
Them mugs are so wishy. It's not even funny. So he had the audacity to say, I've been callous to him. And all I did was show his ass love until he showed me disrespect.
Yeah. Yeah, man, but it's bad, man. That's
toward I on occasion. So you know, if you can't stand us and then you're running, the folks that like you running. You can't stand me, keep not standing me. So for whatever reason, I ain't black enough. See,
you're a fucking sellout. That's what you are. And you can play that clip from the Aurora City Council all you want of them going in on Stephanie Hancock. That broad, that's the same broad that was on his program, this exact program right here, that said that we don't deserve reparations. And we just need to work for a living. That was the same broad. He was about to play a clip from that, but I'm going to end it there with the stupid ass Jeff Fart shit. But yeah, I just wanted y'all to hear that because it's a damn shame I had to go in on him via phone get him to acknowledge my run for House District 8 because he's been real quiet about it. All these months been real. That just lets me know, the shadow banning is real, and they don't want no candidate that's gonna be black people. Even these black people I'm here to do. They want somebody that's gonna be a yes a boss, yes a master, whatever you say, boss, type of Negro. And I'm not that.
Right. And then also too, brother, when you do run for office, man, and make office, man, you're gonna need you some security.
Oh yeah, big time.
That's for real, man. You're gonna need you some security, is because, like I said, man, since I've been doing what we've been doing, brother Chaz, man, I've received death threats and stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? And so it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I'm in my twilight years. You see what I mean? And the only thing that I could do is pass on to the generations after me the experiences that I've lived through in regard to the black experience. Take what is useful, leave what is useless, to quote Bruce Lee. And then keep in mind, black family, the reason why we have all these haters is because they cannot be us. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's why they hate us. And like I said, Joe Gibson, like I said to any and to you white supremacists out there, come out here, you know what I'm saying, for the rest of the summer months, and let's sit out in the sun together.
I
know, but I'm just putting it out there, man, putting them on the spot.
Hiring can take a long time.
Later for the commercial, support Frontline Black News. Later for the commercial.
That's right. That's right, Shabbat. So I'm gonna move us to the next topic. Brother Shabazz, did you have anything else to say about Jeff Parts before I move to the next topic? Brother Shabazz, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you. About Jeff Parts, lots of people be exposing it. He's been called out for a while, and they talk about he was voting for the white mayor over the black mayor.
Yeah, he sure did.
One brother at the park, he told me what he was doing.
Yeah.
And he's an enemy to our people. He's not a pillar in our community. I need to stop calling me talking about you disrespecting one of the pillars in our community. He ain't a goddamn pillar in our community. He's a goddamn what is it called, a leech of our community and a detriment to our community. That's what he is. Enemy to our people.
Okay.
And he needs to change his license plate so he can stay black. How you gonna say that and you don't even consider yourself black? You refer to us not as black people, but as the blacks.
And then, and like I said, and with him refusing my calling card, and keep in mind, brother, I went to Denver, Colorado in the snow.
Yep.
Brother Parrish will tell you, when my vehicle got buried in the snow, I went down there on Welton Street and I put the flyer up there for Shabbat's Black Experience Enhanced on that fool's front door. You know what I'm saying? And, so I don't know about
this. You see how we should make this. Then where are you watching this? Blah, blah, blah. Why are y'all watching us? You know y'all goddamn watching us because y'all still in our terminology talking about tangibles. Y'all wasn't talking about no tangibles until after you heard me say it on the Mile High News.
And then too, but you see, you got to keep in mind, people.
Back then, they was calling us Russian bots. They said, y'all, that's a Russian bots. Y'all spreading disinformation. And here they go again with that disinformation bullshit in 2024.
Well, you see, Brother Che,
break down.
Okay, anytime that you speak against what is the popular version of what is truth, brother, expect a bunch of hate mail. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because see, what it is the chain is no longer on our body. It is still on the brain. You see what I'm saying? Like Carter G. Woodson told us, man, damn near 100 years ago, the miseducation of the Negro.
The people that be tuning into that show, I'll be like, why are y'all tuning into this shit? You already know he's full of crap. He has no legitimacy, no credibility. I gave him that. Now that I'm not one of his supporters, all that is lost. He has no credibility. Nobody takes him serious. Nobody
I don't. And my challenge is still out there to him. And like I told him, but he blocked me. He blocked this heat with a quickness. You know what I'm saying?
He blocked the whole frontline campaign. He blocked me. He blocked Henry. He blocked Shabaka. He blocked Lady K. He blocked Ramel. He blocked everybody.
Yeah,
he blocked Sister Bianca.
Yeah, so what does that tell you? You see what I'm saying? So that there goes to show that there is no freedom of speech in the United States of America. And this is why I say you might as well take that U.S. Constitution and use it to wipe your ass with. Because when it came to us, you know, we ain't got no rights. Just like I debated with that dude Pianki, okay? And he still is yet to give me an answer because he can't take this heat. Show me. Okay, but just show me.
Rounds on the new Black media. I ain't heard from him in a while. He used to call.
Oh no, because he can't take this heat.
Call in to Tariq. He call in to whatever new Black media platform that allowed him to call in, and he'd be on the same bullshit.
Yeah, he do. And then on top of it too. And then, as you know, Brother Che, just to show you how really fucked up Pianki is, okay, is because, you know, you had hosted the show, he had came in, and I told you to push the eject button on him, which you did. Then I reviewed the show. Now get this here, brother. I reviewed the show. Pianki was not at fault. Okay, so I went through great lengths to apologize to Pianki. Okay.
Yeah, he was on his best behavior that day.
Yeah. So you know, I tried to man up to my error, and he wouldn't accept it. You see what I'm saying? Which is fine. You know, he's a grown man. You know what I mean? And what have you? And I'm quite sure that he speaks ill of my name behind my back. But just spell the name correctly. The first name is Shabaka. S is in Sam, H is in Hammer, A is in Adam, B is in Black, A is in Adam, K as in King, A as in Adam. Last name, Sankore, Sankore, and the namesake of the last name is the University of Sankore, okay, which is the oldest educational institution in the world, located right over there, man, in ancient Mali, Brother Che, the University of Sankore. Yes. Yeah, in ancient Mali, you know what I'm saying? And for you to get your doctorate degree, you had to go there for 15 years. For you to get your master's degree, you had to do 10 years. For you to get your bachelor's degree, you had to do 8 years. So I'd imagine if you got your associate's degree, man, you had to do 4 years. And then these Greeks, they come up there like the barbarian. Oh, well, we discovered all of this. Yeah, Socrates.
Yeah. We know they try to write themselves in. They try to write themselves into our story. That's why it's his story opposed to our story.
Yes, sir.
Let me get to Uncle Phil's about it because I really wanted to touch on this last night and we weren't able to. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's get to Uncle Phil.
So the next topic, Black family, is financial pain and disrespect has caused the mass exodus of Black voters under 50 from the Democrats.
Okay.
Tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, CNN is wanting to do a deep dive into what's going on with all the voting and why Black Americans are having a mass exodus from the Democrat Party. They just cannot figure this out. They don't even know. Because you have to understand, the Democrats have depended on Black Americans for a long time. And they didn't have to give us nothing. They sure didn't have to. They can come to our churches. Babies, shake hands with some of the elders of Americans. But there's a crowd that is leading the mass exodus away from the Democrat Party. Let's go ahead and roll that.
I keep looking for signs that this is going to go back to normal, and I don't see it yet in the polling. Anything right now, we're careening towards a historic performance for a Republican presidential candidate, the likes of which we have not seen in 6 decades.
And when you dig into this number here, what is the makeup of that number?
This is where we get very interesting. So I decided to deep dive deeper into the crosstabs, figure out where is it that Joe Biden is truly struggling among black voters. All right. So this is black voters, Biden versus Trump margin. Look at black voters age 50 and older, and you'll see, look, Joe Biden was leading amongst this group at this point by 83 points back in 2020. Now it's 74 points. So yeah, a slight decline in that margin, but nothing out of this world. Look at black voters under the age of 50. Holy cow, folks. Holy cow. Look at this. Joe Biden was up by 80 points among this group back at this point in 2020. Look at where that margin has careened downwards. It's now just, get this, 37 points. That lead has dropped by more than half, Mr. Berman. I just never seen anything like this. I'm like speechless, because you always look at history and you go, okay, this is a historic moment. If this polling is anywhere near correct, we are looking at a historic moment right now where black voters under the age of 50, which have historically been such a big part of the Democratic coalition, are leaving it in droves.
So it wasn't me just making up a title. He's saying that black American voters under 50 is leaving in droves. I'm the group that's under 50. Now, I know many of you at CNN and a lot of the mainstream, and even a lot of you Democrats that, you know, trying to put your ear to what's going on. See, if you had been listening on these microphones, we have been articulating for a long time why you're going to have this problem. You heard us. You thought, I'll just depend on the elders and all of them. I know they're going to show up for us. I'm not worried about them young people. But you didn't anticipate this day where you can't really depend on the elders no more, because a lot of the elders are going to see
Okay, yeah, he froze on us.
killer hike that the Trump administration on by Trump administration.
You know,
I'm looking at insurance rates jacking up. What insurance, car insurance, whatever insurance, just jacking up for no reason, claiming, oh, it's just inflation. We got to raise on every on your policy, and you haven't done anything major to cause those rates to go up. People remember that. They say, wait a minute. Like when you say it's not about Trump. It's not that people like Trump like that. It's not even that people like Republicans like that. It's not that. They're remembering Trump. Remember what their pocketbooks look like. Under the Biden administration, black Americans' pockets have been drained of money. Black Americans are trying to decide, do I put food on the table or pay a light bill? This is the decision that a lot of black Americans, even working class, we're talking about working class, and even people who are making a little bit more than working class black Americans are having to consider. Because this economic pain that has happened, it has been in this administration. Interest rates have not dropped at all. They say, oh, we're going to have it high so we can bring down inflation. Haven't brought down anything but created financial pain. On top of the financial pain, listen to me, Democrats, on top of the financial pain, you haven't done nothing for black Americans. Not a thing at all. When we ask you about doing something, you got excuse after excuse. Well, we can't win elections. Well, we just say we're going to do something specifically for black Americans. It's always an excuse why you can't do nothing for black Americans. Black Americans voted, as you saw on that screen, under the 50 and above 50, voted for Biden last election. But Biden became very, very disrespectful to black Americans. That's the second part, the disrespect. Black Americans, after George Floyd, say, hey, we need an anti-black hate crime bill. We need that. What Biden decided to do, let's roll that on the screen. Instead of giving black Americans their anti-black hate crime bill, he gives it to the Asian community, the disrespect. So we had to deal with not only the financial pain, but the disrespect of black Americans. We've been in this country for at least 5 centuries, and we've had no protection for Black Americans, and the guy that we gave all the votes to went and signed our hate crime bill to another community who have not been in 5 centuries, didn't build this country with slaves in this country, didn't fight all the wars in this country, none of that, but gave it to another group of people that didn't vote for him. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Financial.
Yeah, it's called hypocrisy. Lies.
And disrespect. On top of that, this man has shelters are homeless. There was a video that we had covered out of Boston where the brother had said that, hey, how is it that I'm working a full-time job and I'm homeless, but these migrants got somewhere to stay?
Right.
This is the disrespect that Black Americans have been dealing with on top of the financial pain.
Yeah.
Do you really think that Black Americans is going to put up with that or go reward you for the 4 years when you have created financial pain and disrespect after disrespect after disrespect? Do you really think so?
No.
We tell you, hey, man, we need reparations in the form of cash payments. The majority of Democrats don't even agree with reparations like that. The majority don't. There's some Democrats that do, but it should be the majority, much as they say they need the Black vote, right? Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. That's politically impossible. Oh, we need to do something else, not that. Okay, no problem. You put us in financial pain. You continue to disrespect us when we need something in our community.
Sorry.
And you want us to show up for you as a group, especially the under 50s who deal with the financial pain more because they're still working in this system. Y'all have screwed up the money so bad, they may not even be a Social Security by the time I get of age to get it.
I can't get it.
Are you looking for an easy way to view and manage your mail and packages?
Okay, so bad. They're giving illegal immigrants Social Security.
Yeah.
They're giving illegal immigrants Social Security.
Mm-hmm. That's why you can't get it.
24/7? Well, did I post a one?
The gruesome Newsom in the California State Assembly is allowing illegal immigrants.
That's how much y'all screwed up.
Who haven't put no units in whatsoever to draw Social Security.
Yeah. They say that's the goal.
But you want Black Americans to come out there for y'all when you have us in so much financial pain and have disrespected us so much. Black Americans saying no. And it's not that, once again, for the people in the back, people that like to sniff the Elmer's glue and is messing with your brain cells. Those people in the back. It's not that Black Americans like Trump like that. It's not that they like Trump. What Black Americans like is their money in their pocket. Let me tell you something. Men lie, women lie, but raw numbers don't lie. When they saw they pocketbook during Trump and they see they pocketbook during Biden, they say, wait a minute, hold on. I had more during Trump, so I'm thinking about going to vote for Trump, man. It's not about even liking Republicans. It's that. It's about the dollar bill, y'all. That's all it's about. Or it can't be about money. The hell it can. We don't go out there and work to have our money drained there. We can't even enjoy our money. We can't take our kids on vacation. We can't do nothing. We can't go buy some extra clothes we want. We can't do anything. We're deciding, should I put food on the table or pay a bill? That's during the Biden administration, y'all. That's like that. Come on now. Listen, we don't care if Donald Trump talk crap. We don't care about anything he's doing, as long as he keep money in our back pocket. Well, he say racist stuff. Man, Biden has said racist stuff. I don't say he did a 94 crime bill.
That part.
You understand? Do you really think we care about that? We care about our money in our pocket, keeping our checks with more money in our bank account. That's what we care about. That is it. And if Trump go come in here and fix the issue, let him fix it. Trump go get these hostile migrants out of here. Come on, Trump, get them on. That's how a lot of Black Americans feeling right now. It's not right Biden is done. Putting us in financial pain and disrespecting us at the same time, then constantly in our face talking about the black vote, the black vote, the black vote. Man, forget that. We are not our elderly grandma and grandpas. We're not them. We're not them. We're a different group of people. And we need what we need. It's just that simple. So you're going to keep seeing this happen. Now, the debate supposed to be, what, Thursday? I think he's going to get a boost from the debate. I think he will. And the thing is, the more y'all try to sit up here and do different things to him in the court, that's going to boost his numbers even more because people see through that too. So it's going to be fun to watch this election cycle, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be very, very fun. But here's the thing. The only way Biden can fix it, he has to do reparations in the form of cash payments. That's one thing he got to do. Anti-black hate crime bill, and definitely drop them interest rates because you're destroying the country with those interest rates right now. You're destroying it, and that's at minimum. They better do something about it because he's going to lose epically. I'm not saying it's a mass exodus to Trump, but it's a mass exodus away from the Democrats because brothers and sisters going to sit on the couch a lot more than vote for Trump. That I can tell you.
Yeah, you're right. So,
but keep in mind, if I may add, Brother Che, from memory, during the Carter administration, man, you had a prime interest rate, man, had like at about 29%.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was really bad. And that there was pre-internet era as well too. Because the internet stuff was all up on the drawing board back then. You say?
Yeah. All right. So, what are your thoughts on this mass exodus from the Democratic Party from my age group and Brother Sadaz's age group?
Oh, I think it's great news, most definitely. But what it is that the task that your generation has at hand, man, is to build up our own black economical infrastructure. And then as you say, and then as you say too, Brother Che, doing more research on what you're saying, man, these damn tethers.
Yes. You
see what I'm saying? Them is the modern day house niggas. You know what I'm saying? In the diaspora, in the U.S.
They're the foreign house niggas. They're the foreign house niggas.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
House niggas.
Yeah, and then just like how we had pointed out, man, look what they did to Julius Malema over there in Zambia. You see what I'm saying? Because I refuse to call it South Africa. Elon Musk is a fucking bore. He is not an African. Repeat.
Or African American.
He ain't even that. He's a fucking bore. Dutch. That's what that son of a bitch is. He's a fucking bore. And then also too, Brother Shabazz, is that the daughter of our original executive producer, the one and only Mad Dr. D, and as you know too, Brother Che, she had took a trip to Azania, okay? And Joe Gibson tried to give her a bad time, and her daddy's temperament came out of her. You know what I'm saying? When she told Joe Gibson to go fuck himself, word for word. And I asked her, I says, did you feel an ancestral connection? And she said, most definitely. Okay, so this is why I slightly disagree with Brother Che about the foundational, as you put it, Brother Che, the foundational Black American. As opposed to the Africans, because if she felt, but if she felt an ancestral connection, see that there's the power of the ancestors.
Yeah,
understand that there's the power of the ancestors. But doing further research, Brother
like I said, I would really like to hear from Moray on this. Moray was in Kenya for 4 years.
Okay, alrighty. I would like to get some feedback from Brother Moray on that, is because I've had loved ones in the 70s that traveled to the continent that definitely felt a connection. And as a matter of fact, the year that Ali beat the shit out of George Foreman, I had a first cousin who went to Africa, and she named her son Zaire because of the fight that was coming up. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you see, so you know, like looking at the historical stuff that I've lived through, you see what I'm saying? So it's not that I agree or disagree. I'm just putting it out there for the generations after me to making an intelligent decision because you see, folks, I'm on my way out. You see what I'm saying? Just off the law of biophysics, okay? I cannot go before the ancestors with my head held high, not knowing I did not do my best. You see what I'm saying? To relate to what I've lived through to the generations after me. But another thing that is fucking up this generation is that I looked at them damn MTV awards, man. I had to turn that bullshit off. Fuck BET. And keep in mind, Black family, BET is not Black owned.
It's been gone. Not just not gone. It's just been gone.
Yes, sir. Because when Robert Johnson
said we had a hard time convincing.
Yeah, because the founder of BET was a Black man by the name of Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson, sells BET to other groups for $2 billion back at the time. And I think, Brother Che, that was about 1995,
99.
I think. Oh, it was 99?
No.
Okay,
I think it's 99.
Okay, it was 19. Okay, let's say
it was
around
like 99, 2000. It was like right around Y2K.
Somewhere.
Okay, all right, so let's say at the turn of the millennium. Okay, let's say the turn of the millennium. Okay, so Robert Johnson walks up there into United Airlines. Hey, man, I want to buy into United Airlines. And them white folks looked at United Airlines and said, nigga, is you crazy? Get your ass the fuck up out of here. And from what I understand,
I don't know why he didn't buy Piedmont. I don't know why he didn't buy Piedmont Airlines. We had our own black airline back then called Piedmont Airlines.
Yes.
I don't know why he just didn't buy that. Why
now there you go, Brother Che. You're right. Okay, and then also too, Brother Che, you remember when you and I were supposed to meet up there in Berkeley because I wanted to confront that stinking bitch Ann Coulter who boarded a damn flight and saw that the flight crew was all black women. And Ann Coulter said, oh, they're not qualified. Let me get up off this plane. And keep in mind, Black family, that the pilot, the co-pilot, and the
Uh-oh. Shabaka? I can't hear y'all now. Oh, Twin's in the building. Shout out to Twin.
Peace to the Twin.
Once again.
Oh, it was 2001. I thought it was 2000. Okay.
Close enough, though.
Okay, yeah, 2001. Okay, Mac 285, you're right. And United Airlines had said, nigga, get your ass up out of here. You ain't buying shit. Okay. So who picks up BET? The one
that was right before 9/11. Yeah, that was right before 9/11.
Right. And who picks up BET?
He sold it to
Paramount. Yeah. Paramount Pictures owns BET. And when I looked at them BET awards, man, that ratchet shit that I saw, man, I had to turn that bullshit off.
Oh my God.
I had to turn that bullshit
the BET
off.
awards in over 10 years.
I haven't seen that
in over 10 years.
Yeah, make it another 10 years. And then after that, make it another 10 years. Fuck BET. And then you motherfuckers out there at BET, the number to call in tomorrow night is 516-418-5996. And I'll be more than happy to sit up there and argue and debate with you sellout ass motherfuckers.
Yes.
BET, Black Entertainment Television, that's white on, man. Get
that bite in supporters.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then our chat room will be open for all your hateful comments and hate mail. We will read it. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is that what you got to understand, people out there in StreamYard land is this. We got to have our own black media. Get with blacksby.com. And I am going to reach out to Trish again, Brother Paris, on that. And what the plan is on that is to get with a black-owned social media site called blacksby.com. And then what we're going to do, okay, after we get enough people over there, then what we're going to do is that we're going to shut down our Facebook accounts. That don't mean, no, don't delete them, but just shut them down, because on their algorithms over there in Menlo Park, California, they'll look at that. Yeah.
Blacc, I just learned that as of January 1st, if you have an inactive
Facebook account, what they're going to do? Delete your account? Okay, Brother Che? Okay, I think Brother Che, is getting ready to relate some of the information in regard if you have an inactive Facebook account. Now, what I mean by... Okay, Brother Che, you back? Okay, he's getting a lot of feedback. Okay, Brother Shabazz, until Brother Che gets back, okay? What I'm saying is, don't delete the account. Just don't put no activity on it. Now, what do I mean by that is, sign into it, man, like once a week, I think. Sign in, sign out, so it'll show their algorithms that you're still active with it, right? But as far as giving them business, buying ad spots on it, don't give it to them, and wait about a week and look at the stock market, man, for what they call the metaverse stocks now, what have you, and keep an eye on the preferred participating stocks, because the preferred shares are the ones that are owned by the CEO and the major controllers of it. Common stock is where you just go to a stockbroker and says, well, I'm investing in Facebook, and they're going to give you mediocre return. But the preferred stock, Mac 285 BET is complete garbage. Yes, sir.
Sorry, y'all, I got disconnected again. The internet is acting.
Okay, but you back in there though, Brother Che. We hear you. Although you got a little bit of feedback, but it's not as bad as it has been, man, for the last couple of days. You say, all right. So then what happens is, hit your Facebook page, man, and what have you, for like about 5 minutes so to keep your account active. Then once the move is made over to Blacksby, okay, and it starts building up some activity. Okay, now for that, Brother Che, Sister Trish has the hookup on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so get with Sister Trish, where she could elaborate some more. You know what I mean? And then on top of it as well, too, Black family, whatever friends requests you get from OTBs, block them. Okay? I already made the mistake for you. Block them. Okay, because they don't mean you no good. You see what I'm saying?
No, they're just surveillance cameras.
Exactly.
And they're gonna
exactly. And then also
taken down all that dumb shit. Get you restricted.
Oh yeah, BET is Sodom and Gomorrah, twin. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, the way you could spot a fake black profile is this, okay? Excuse the language, ladies, if any of you is out there.
Okay.
If you see any black profile using the term cunt, dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Yeah, that's white people.
We don't use that term. Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, and then also too, and whatever you do, if you get any of them damn requests from these broads talking about, oh, look at my dirty pictures and all that, avoid it like the plague, block.
Yep.
It's a virus. Okay?
Yep, block and delete.
It's a virus.
They're going to get your computer infected. They're going to hack your account, all that shit.
All that. And then, two, yes, sir.
Brother Shabazz, what were your thoughts on the financial pain and disrespect that has caused the mass exodus of black voters under 50 from the Democrats?
I mean, to be inviting lots of immigration, and while us black people been in America for 400 years, and they totally ignored us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yep,
Yes,
I
sir.
agree. So, yep.
Joe Biden, yeah, he talked about if we don't vote for him, we're not black.
Yeah,
Okay, that's the insult. Now that is a
That is a
huge,
complete
huge,
insult.
huge insult. You see what I'm saying? And keep in mind is that Biden came with that federal crime bill in 1996. He pushed it through the Senate, I believe, when Slick Willie was the president.
He came with every crime bill since 1972.
Okay, there you go. All right, so
every crime bill,
yes,
every drug bill, every lock them up and throw away the key bill. That's he's the author of. That's his bills.
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Now,
in his face during that debate.
Yeah.
There's a reel that's floating around that says when it's from Michi X. You remember Michi X, Shabazz? She did a
I remember Michi X. I tried to invite her to come on the show.
Debate when the dump was like, yes. She did a reel of the debate when Biden, when Trump was telling Biden, this is the racist shit you've done, and the black people haven't forgotten about that, and they remember that.
Exactly.
And it says when somebody reminds you of the stuff you said in the past.
Yeah.
But we brought all this. We brought it to y'all attention back in 2019 and in 2020.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
Y'all kept saying,
and then the pandemic. Yeah, and then on that vaccine shit. Okay, I have not taken no vaccine. Okay. I have loved ones who has taken the vaccine, so I keep an eye on my loved ones looking for, on side effects. Okay. I have not taken the vaccine, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy. I have been tested for the COVID. It came back negative. My vaccine is that damn cranberry juice. You see what I'm saying? And keep in mind is that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just say C19. Don't even bring it up because they've been taking our videos down.
Okay. So the C19. Okay. It's a killer. Let's put together 3 words: Microsoft, microdot, and microchip. And of course, we know that micro means it cannot be seen with the naked eye. So they slip this here on you. Okay, so they slip it on you, and then old Silicon Game Valley right there. Okay, is because I passed right by Facebook's front door, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like a military installation. Okay, highly high security on it. Okay, now Stinky Bird, who calls himself X, now he sits there on the corner of 10th and Market Street in San Francisco. Now Stinky Bird, and I call him Stinky Bird because the dude who owns it, his name is Musk, and Musk means you stink. Okay, so that's why I call it Stinky Bird. Okay, Stinky Bird got busted, believe it or not, people, when he was changing the sign from Twitter to X. He didn't get the proper permits from the city of San Francisco. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Stinky Bird, he goes put his shit up. So they come up there, write him one of them bogus ass citations. So what does Stinky Bird do? He goes down there the next day, drop it like it's hot. Money ain't no object to that fucking boy. You see what I'm saying? Because you see, black family, they want all of our resources.
He got all that money from the apartheid,
regime
situation.
Yeah, in Tanzania. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, and I would debate and have debated with any of these other blog talk hosts. Well, he's an African. No, he is not. To quote the words of a very,
he's a colonial.
That's exactly what he is.
Yep,
to quote the words, and I'm And I'm paraphrasing Mama Africa there, Brother Shabazz. And on our opening track of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we play African Sunset by Sister Miriam Makeba, okay? And of course, you know, she was against the apartheid. And if you ever saw the movie Serafina, Miriam Makeba was in that movie. She played Serafina's mother, you know what I'm saying? Or Mama Africa, as that would say. Now, just like you heard me debate with that old Dumbo ass Sarge, Brother Che, is that Sister Mary McKeever has says is that what we do, we would translate our history orally from generation after generation. But the white man, due to his arrogance, he is so arrogant is that he says that you did not exist until we discovered you. So now we came here, we discovered you like Stinky Bird, the boar. Poof, now you exist, which is ridiculous. Now, old Sarge, well, Shabaka, well, could it be that the griots might have forgot, man, and the best thing to do is write it down? Sarge, some of the world's biggest fucking lies are in print. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Some of the world's biggest fucking lies are in print.
Very true.
You see? Okay. And then the panties, and I'm talking to you,
Well, that's exactly
Governor.
it. And that's the thing. That's the thing too, Shabaka. But they didn't come up with the writing system or the alphabet or any of that. But they stole that, plagiarized that from Kemet.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
That's
they did.
Phoenicians. It was the Phoenician initiative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then nonetheless came up with it.
Yes. Okay. And then just like Alexander the Barbarian, okay, when he went on his trick, I'm sorry, when he went on his trek across North Africa, and he set up Alexandria in Kemet, right? The Barbarian, he didn't take no women with him, man. He took little boys. But Mansa Musa, His Majesty, the king of the Songhai Empire, he gets word out the field from his generals, okay, where they need his presence in the field. So Mansa Musa, he goes to the palace. He tells his queen, baby, you got to come with me. And she says, what the hell you mean I got to come with you? I'm the queen of the Songhai Empire. He says, I know, but I have to go handle my business. And if I'm going to die in battle, I'd much rather die with you by my side, okay, as opposed to leaving you in here and in these disease-infected, two-legged maggots come in here and violate you, okay? Right. So the queen out there, with the king, and he handled his business. Also, too, Her Majesty, Queen Hatshepsut, okay? She commanded her own troops in the field, you see, during her reign. She went out in the field and gave the orders, okay? And then, of course, Her Majesty, Queen Nzinga, Lord, yes, Queen Nzinga of Mutamba, which is modern day Angola. Her Majesty is there. She ascends the throne at 15 years of age. The Portuguese come down there and she welcomes them, okay. And the Portuguese says, yeah, we come from you, from King Philip, this, that, there, the other, okay. So the Portuguese leave. They come back a few years later, because keep in mind, you only had the ship to travel by, so it wasn't like, man, you was getting on an airplane, you know what I mean? And so King Philip of Portugal sends his military down there, and they tell Her Majesty, well, you are now a colony of Portugal. And Her Majesty, and I'm just paraphrasing what she says, she stated, motherfucker, do you care to repeat that? And they did. And it was on, and it was on, it was on, it was on, it was on. And Her Majesty defended her empire from the time that she was in her early 20s all the way to her death at the age of 85. So that is 60 years she went up there against
Here's
those
the thing, though,
savages.
Shabaka.
Yes.
We had the Queen Zingas. We had there was others besides her that resisted or fought back, but the vast majority did not.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is, she made her impact on. Yeah, she made her impact on history. So therefore, and this is why it's imperative, ladies and gentlemen, that we take our children out of these public indoctrination centers. And then to the governor of Florida, Ron.
And then we got to the next topic.
Okay, yeah, and let me say this here, brother. Take less than 30 seconds. And Ron the Panties, okay, the governor of Florida, with your hatred, and you're a West Point graduate, I believe, okay, you're a punk. And I'm saying the panties is because, sir, I'm stating that you wear women's underwear. And fuck you, Ron the Panties, and the whole damn state of Florida. Moving on to the next subject.
Yes. So the next subject is Clyburn, Jimbo Jangles Clyburn. He's trying to make us feel outraged with a dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Black jobs comment. So he's referring to the part during the debate where Dump and Sleepy Jim, Dementia Joe, were supposed to answer a question about immigration. And Trump directly went to the illegal immigrants stealing black people's jobs. But he wouldn't elaborate on what black people's jobs were. So the Democrats are so desperate. They put the biggest house nigga on the plantation, Clyburn, on out there to try to run interference to make us think that the Dump is more racist than Sleepy Jim Crow. Go ahead, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Okay, now I saw that there, right, up on social media, PewTube or whatever. They had a brain-dead Negro up there who said, well, I'm a financial planner. Is that a black job? You see, people, this is the type of shit that should piss you off. You see what I'm saying? It's because he wasn't being sarcastic. What he was doing was he was using selective amnesia. He's on a puppet string. You see what I'm saying? And what that fool should have said is that he said, is that Trump, is interfering with black men getting jobs, rather if it's in the trades, rather if it's at the collegiate level, rather if it's at the intellectual level, rather if it's at the historical level. You see what I mean? And what it is that these individuals here in the United States, they hate us black family because they cannot be us. I mean, ask yourself this question, black man and woman. Okay, why do these KBs...
Since 2019, we are the most hated, most emulated people on the planet.
Yeah. And Brother Che, and I'm not going to say that is a paradox. I'm going to say that is utter hypocrisy, okay? And it's institutional hypocrisy, because a paradox is a contradiction which is true, such as that the hummingbird mathematically cannot fly, but it does. Oh, and by the way, too, Brother Che, you're going to love this. Okay, Sarge changed it from the hummingbird to the bumblebee. Yeah. So that's that heat getting up on him. You know what I'm saying? But Sarge is Sarge, you know what I'm saying? And he's older than me, but really, I feel sorry for Sarge. You see what I'm saying? And then another thing too, Brother Che.
Sorry for Clyburn too. So we're
yes, sir. And then also too, Black family. And if you really want to see the psychological damage that they did to us as a people, look at a motion picture called The Imitation of Life. And if you ever see that motion picture, and if you don't break down and cry, something's wrong with you. That was sad.
Oh yes.
Well, Goodbye on Film was sad too. But I'm gonna get to this
and I
clip.
gotta finish watching that.
So Clyburn is out here, Bojangling for Jim Crow Biden.
Okay.
Tripping up the stairs to Jim Crow.
Thing to watch, to be honest with you, especially what's going on with Biden. But now they're trying to home in on when Trump talked about black jobs, even though the question was about black people. It's not that he brought it up out of nowhere. They questioned him about black people and what we're going through and what we're dealing with. Okay, so I want you to hear Clyburn. He went on CNN. Just hear this short clip of Clyburn because I just got some response for Clyburn here.
They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs.
What's your reaction to that?
It's Joe Biden has been talking about this. He mentioned it the other night. Donald Trump is being Donald Trump. He has a very, very, very low opinion of people of color. Black, brown, whatever color. He has a low opinion of black people. He's demonstrated that all of his life.
Notice he started with,
and I would like to hear from some of his black supporters why they will not have these discussions about what this man has done to black women, what this man has done to young black youth, and what to his own businesses when it comes to black people. I've talked to Reverend Sharp, and he told me he's been in and out of his businesses and never has seen a black person in any of them. How do you just give this man a pass on all of that? Compare his hiring records to Joe Biden's hiring records, and then that ought to give you some indication of what it would be going forward. So what he said the other night about black jobs meant to me that there are certain jobs for black people and there are certain jobs for white people. There are certain jobs for white people and there are certain jobs for non-white people. And these people coming in will be taking those jobs that are for non-white people, never mind them being a threat to those jobs for the rest of us.
So as you can see, Clyburn say that was offensive, saying a black job. Now, let me tell you something what a black job is. A black job is whatever job a black person is working. That could be anything.
So I had to move
a doctor
can
be a black job. A lawyer can be a black job. A restaurant owner could be a black job. An electrician, plumber can be a black job. Any job that a black person is working. And that's how I take a black job. Now, when Trump said that, we knew good and well Trump's history, and we know that Trump had got people out of here that was not here legally, and black people took a lot of those jobs after they left. Some of the jobs are manufacturing jobs, some of them took. Some of them were good construction jobs that a lot of brothers used to get. Let's call it what it is. There was a lot of construction jobs. I remember back in the day, if a brother did a bid and all these other companies won't hire him, a construction company will hire this brother to go be a laborer. He go learn to be a welder. He go do fire watch. He can do whatever. Coming straight out of jail, he can have a job. Go and work 12 hours a day. Go and work shutdowns and things like that. When you had a mass influx of migrants come to this country, that dried all those construction jobs up. And black men could not get those jobs.
That is a fact.
So if Trump is going to get people out of here that are supposed to be here legally, they didn't follow our laws to get here in the legal manner. If they're here legally, I have nothing to say about them. Not a thing. But doing things and finessing and all of that, if Trump is going to get them out of here and is going to open up jobs for black people so they can get those jobs, then it is what it is. At this point, we cannot support illegal immigration as a community because one, it don't benefit us. Two, It harms us because, as we see, they flood people who are migrants into cities. There's a lot of black people. Ask the black people in Chicago how that work out for them. Ask black people in New York City, how's that work out for them? Ask people in Boston how that's worked out for them. Just ask them. Don't take my word for it. Just ask them and see if they support that at this point. You understand? I live on a border state, Texas. Ask a lot of Texans
Los Angeles
how
too.
they feel about that. If it doesn't harm anything. And we know the corporations are going to hire migrants because they want to pay lower pay. Reason why they can take lower pay is because the difference with an American versus a migrant families are living several families to a household. So the rent or the mortgage, if they get one, is what it is. If you got 4 to 5 different families staying in the household and even take a lesser salary, you put all that together, everybody, y'all doing pretty good as a whole family unit in there. We got 3 or 4 families living in there. They're not paying for child care, a lot of them, like a lot of Americans are, because you got the grandma, the auntie or something is in the house taking care of the children. You know what I'm saying? While everybody's working. And I mean everybody's working. The man and the woman. They all working out here. Most Americans got 1 income or maybe 2 in their household. That's just the average American, period. And definitely the average black American for sure. More single parent households in our community than married households in our community. And cohabitating as well. I know we have that. When I mean cohabitating, I mean a boyfriend and a girlfriend living together. I know we got that too. But this is the thing, Clyburn. Okay, you offended by black jobs. Clyburn, I'm more offended about the things you said about reparations, Clyburn. Clyburn, you the last one to be talking about something Donald Trump said when you have been on a tirade against reparations way more than Trump could be against reparations, right? Now, y'all don't remember Clyburn's greatest hits? You tell me, are you offended by Trump saying black job? Or are you offended by Clyburn saying this?
If you wait on cash payments to come out of reparations, you're going to wait forever. It's not going to happen. So what you got to do, let me talk. Don't put that in my face.
Why you touching me?
Oh, I'm going to leave you alone.
Cut the check. Tell Nancy Pelosi to cut the check.
Yeah.
You do that for me?
She's the treasurer.
Cut the check. Somebody better cut the check.
I'm doing well. Listen, I got
That's right.
appreciate the fish fry and everything. I did want to ask, though, reparations is a big thing.
Look, reparations are big with me. I'm the only one doing the bill. Why y'all keep fucking with me on that? I'm the only one doing the bill. It's my bill.
Which bill?
The reparations bill. H.R. 40. Okay. I've been doing it for 20 years, 30 years. And it's been around for 38. So why y'all keep telling me about a bill that's been there for 38 years?
You want to know if you support reparations? Sorry? You want to know if you support reparations?
I support reparations out in that name. Y'all need to learn what reparations is. Y'all keep talking about a word. It means to repair.
It's cash. In cash payments.
Hell no. You never get it.
Why not? That's why we need your support. You got a lot of power.
You will never get it.
You have a lot of leverage.
Let me ask you a question.
You get our support. We can dedicate it to you for a very long time.
Will you listen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. If you are mulatto and you are allowed to get an education, and listen is not allowed to get an education, how measure which one to do what?
I was allowed to get an education, but I'm still.
That's not the point. You talk about the law. You talk about the law. You talk about my wife. His grandfather was white, and therefore her mother could get educated, but her daddy was African. And how do you measure that?
But Africans get educated now. You should be Africans getting educated right now.
Well, I'm living in Africa.
You live in America.
I know you got more sense than I got. I understand.
Yeah, Clyburn, I'm more offended about you telling black Americans, hell no, you're not getting it when it comes to reparations. I'm more offended by that than black jobs. I'm more offended that you have been in Congress since the 90s. You're a very high-ranking Democrat. You know black Americans need reparations, especially in your state, South Carolina.
Right.
Okay, especially in your state,
Right.
sir. And instead of you up here trying to help Black Americans, and specifically South Carolinians, you're going to tell Black Americans, hell no, you're not getting reparations. It's not going to happen. You're going to tell your people that's asking about reparations, stop effing with you. You said that, sir. But you got the nerves to get up on CNN and talk about Trump and black jobs when we clearly know what he was trying to say. The segment was about black people, and he said Hispanic jobs. Why don't y'all talk about the part he said Hispanic jobs? He said black jobs and Hispanic jobs. I'm just saying. Then you say, oh, that's a racist statement. Well, if he's talking about migrants that's coming from Latin America, said Hispanic jobs, it's kind of hard to throw racism when it's Hispanics that he's a lot of times talking about coming across the border from Latin America. Yet he's talking about Hispanic jobs and black jobs. I'm just saying, y'all are just trying to throw that at the wall. You're trying to see if it sticks, see if you can rile up Black Americans. Like, oh my God, he said black jobs. But yet, why people aren't saying, oh my God, Clyburn say, hell no, you're not gonna get reparations. Black Americans say should be riled up about you saying stop effing with you when asking about reparations. Clyburn can't tell me nothing. He can't. Not with that video, those videos. No. I don't take you serious because you don't take Black Americans serious. Because see, you know, you're the type of person, Clyburn, you have yours, sir. You have yours, and you can care less. You make sure, I know your grandkids should be good. Your wife and everybody else is good. Your personal family is good. But what about the rest of Black America, sir? Especially when you are in a position of power and you have done nothing for Black America or even for South Carolina people since you've been in office. They haven't done a thing.
Yep.
And yeah, you want people to come out and vote for your homeboy, Joe Biden, who's literally doing the exact same thing like you, not doing nothing for Black people. No, Clyburn. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. It's no. It can't go down like that, and it's not going down like that, sir. You need to leave that mess about Trump alone when we got all these videos of you being way more offensive to Black Americans than Trump saying black jobs. You act like Trump got up there in the debate and said the N-word or something, and he didn't. You mentioned, oh, he did this to Trump businesses. Man, I don't know too many Black people that's running the Trump businesses unless they're staying at the Trump hotel. That's about the only time that they running the Trump stuff. Now, I ain't gonna lie, the Trump hotel in Chicago. That thing's nice. It's in a good spot off that little, you know, that water area right there in Chicago, downtown Chicago. Yeah. It's in a great location. I mean, but if you're not staying at the Trump hotel or nothing like that, you're not really gonna be dealing with Trump in business like that. So what are you talking about? Oh, he treat Black people bad in business and he did this and that and the third. Clyburn, you treated Black people bad and you're a congressperson. Right. You're a congressman. He's a senator. Trump, he was the president for 4 years. Yes, but outside of the presidency he had for 4 years, Clyburn, you've been in the office since the 80s, way longer than Trump was even the president.
Right.
Well, this is representative.
What is track record of doing for Black people?
Representative for South Carolina.
All you do is care about the Democrat plantation.
For the past.
But all that scare tactics or trying to rob people up, that's not going to work. Go rile up other groups. Because remember, he did say Hispanic jobs. So go to the Hispanic community and say, hey, he's being racist against Hispanics. What is a Hispanic job? Go tell them that. Notice, I want y'all to notice. They're not going to the Hispanic community telling them a Hispanic job. Only Black people. Because they want to get us upset. They want to get us outraged. Let me tell you, it's two tactics the Democrats use to try to get you to vote for them. One, fear. If fear doesn't work, get you to the polls, there's going to be racism. That's the two things that they want to use to get you to the poll. Fear and racism. Not being calm, cool, collect. Not having none of that. Just fear and racism. What they're starting to see, the fear and racism's not working. Because people like Clyburn, what you need a racist for when you got Clyburn? You want to talk about people being racist? You sounding just like a racist, telling Black America Hell no, you ain't getting no reparations. Like them. So let's keep a conversation on you, Clyburn. How offensive you are to Black America. But let me know what y'all think about Clyburn, because Clyburn got some nerve. He got some nerve, y'all. Because he think he can come talk to us like that. Sorry, Clyburn. The receipts are out there, and I told you in the last time I talked about you, you are completely
plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me.
So what are your thoughts on that? Brother Smash, you have some feedback or background noise. Are you at work?
Okay, Brother Shabazz.
Yeah, still around.
Okay.
Well, tonight in the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, see.
All right. What are your thoughts on that, Brother Shabazz? What I just played in regards to Clyburn.
Hey, Clyburn.
Yeah, Representative Clyburn of South Carolina. Yes.
I don't know. Is he actually Black American? If you know what I mean, or he just came from the outside of the country, such as
I believe he's
like Caribbean island.
I believe he's FBA Clyburn.
Oh.
At least one of his parents is FBA.
Mm-hmm. Well, then of course too, with his last name being Clyburn, of course, you know, he has the name of the rape and slave trading pedophile that owned his family.
Exactly. So he's FBA. To answer your question about his Shabazz.
Okay. Now, oh no, I'm sorry, Brother Shabazz. Go ahead, sir.
About that, he thought about that. We don't deserve reparation.
Yeah, he's against it. He's adamantly against it. He says you're never gonna get it. No, it was Conyers. It was Conyers that introduced the HR 40, if that's what you're referring to. And that left the House floor
out of Detroit,
collecting dust.
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib I believe was his successor.
Yeah, I believe
we
so.
took the country for 310 years for free. And they talk about we're not going to get reparation. You better get reparation.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Shabazz. Yeah, without a doubt, we're going to get now. The way to get reparations is change our buying habits and change our labor habits. But just like what Uncle Phil was saying right here, you know, people still got to make a living and what have you. And this is why we keep emphasizing about building up Black-owned businesses and trade and do for ourselves. Now, during the civil rights movement, just like what you had with the Black Wall Street, Brother Che, okay, we were forced.
Sabaka, you gotta pump your brakes. We gotta move to the next topic. What were your thoughts on the Clyburn, or you done with that?
Okay, Clyburn is sick. You know, he's out of his mind. Senility might be setting in on his ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, twin. Yeah, Phil Scott is speaking facts. You know what I'm saying? And so what it is, this Congressional Black Caucus, man, these deadbeat motherfuckers, man, every goddamn last one of them need to be voted out of office. Half of them belong in jail.
Right.
You get no argument from me, Shabaka. No,
and Maxine Waters, bless her soul, but Maxine Waters, you know, she's old. She needs to retire. And then I remember Maxine Waters when she was a state assemblyman.
Traitors to their race, traitors to their people, traitors to their lineage. But see, that's the thing about the CBC. A lot of them is not FBA.
Okay, what are they? Tethers? Brother Che?
Yeah.
Brother Che? Okay, it's the Congressional Black Caucus. I said congressional, not congressional. Okay, are they tethers also?
Okay, let's go back. Yeah, they're tethers, the CBC, for the most part.
Okay, all righty, okay, because I'm just familiarizing myself, man, with the current lingo of the generations after me, man. You know what I'm saying? Look like, man, I got to write a whole dictionary on the new language being smoked tethers.
Yeah, just remember tether bones, Shabbat. Just
Yeah,
remember that.
yeah, that's what's going through my mind, man, when you say tethers. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
Yeah, so a lot of times these mugs they have dual allegiances to their original homeland lineage and to racism and white supremacy.
Yes.
We have to be wary of all of that. They're enemies of our people, and it's no good. There's several riders that we shout out and honor and support. They're not all. We're not saying all foreigners that are black are tethers. We just want you, non-tethers, to check the tethers because they're out of line. Major way. We have a delineation going on because they always want to dump their trash on us. And then when we win something, then it's a win for all of us. But when they win something, it's a win for Ghana. It's a win for Senegal. It's a win for Kenya, and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah.
Okay, but Julius Malema, as you know, man, he was trying to unite the whole diaspora.
He's a writer. He's a writer. It's about it. He's naming a writer right there. That's a writer. He's not a tether.
Okay.
Right. A tether would be more like Desmond Tutu. Unfortunately, Mandela.
Yeah. Now the thing about Desmond Tutu, you're gonna find is kind of interesting. Okay, it's because I believe they set it up there in Kenya. I think the Burning Spear had said it, that there was Jomo Kenyatta. In the beginning,
yes,
we had the land, and the European had the Bible. We bowed our heads to pray, and we closed our eyes. When we raised our heads and opened up our eyes, we had the Bible, and the European had the land.
Right.
Yeah, you say. And on that issue right there, man,
unfortunately, a lot of them in the diaspora, Shabbat, they have that white Jesus syndrome. They have whole statues in Nigeria of white Jesus, or rather, also in Brazil, there are huge statues of white Jesus. Like,
and
we're indoctrinated in the hell of North America, but in the other continents where we reside, unfortunately under neo-colonialism rule.
Okay, and to prove your point even further, and then Brother Che, to prove your point even further, I saw a picture on social media, man, about 8 years ago. You're gonna love this here, Brother Shabbat. It showed a picture of Kenneth Copeland.
We gotta move to the next topic.
Okay, I'm gonna say this here, then let's move on. There was a picture of Kenneth Copeland, one of the pulpit pimps, where he got Nigerians bowing down to him, kissing his hand, man. That was sad.
Yes, it is.
That was sad. They don't even want us to hold on to our deities at all. You know what I'm saying? And this is why the hurricanes come through. Just like if you ever saw that movie called Tales from the Hood with Morgan Freeman talking about, your little nigglets. You know what I'm saying?
Morgan Freeman. Was that Morgan Freeman? Oh yeah, that was Morgan Freeman. Yeah, it was. When the plantation owner had bought that house, that was running for, he was a senator or something.
Yeah. But I don't recall Morgan Freeman being in it. But I do remember.
No, you're thinking of Clarence Williams. Clarence Williams.
Yeah. Well, he was Mr. Sims. Yeah.
Yeah. You want this skit?
Oh yeah, this shit, the doo-doo. Oh yeah, this shit. Yeah.
All right. Well, moving on to more shit. We got the fair taxes not working no more. So Black Americans we're no longer being scared by the scare tactics that are used by the Democrats.
Right.
Them days are over.
Right.
We got twin cracking up over here.
Yeah.
Glad you getting a quick down.
Yeah.
I gotta find that
Yeah.
video real quick.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This shit.
I think it's right. Yeah.
And you know, Clarence Williams transitioned early last year too.
Yeah. So let's
And he was
power to
married.
him.
Yeah, and then of course you do know that he was married to Gloria Foster.
Oh, he was. Okay.
Yeah, Gloria Foster. He was married. Yeah, and they were married for a long time together. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. All right, so the next topic is that the spine is not working no more, Democrats. So you come with something better than this.
Oh, and you just brought back a memory to me too, Brother Che. Not stepping on your wisdom, and we are moving along. I forgot, man, when I was a kid, when they was filming the TV series The Mod Squad, and in LA, I passed by one of their sets. I met Clarence Williams III. I forgot about that. Believe it or not.
Oh shit! I believe that you were in Hollywood.
Man,
to join us in Ethiopia next March 2025, and this is going to be an iconic trip that you don't want to miss, a trip of a lifetime. We're going to be visiting Addis Ababa, Gondor, Lalibela. You'll have a chance to taste the amazing Ethiopian food. You'll also have a chance to visit the Rastafarian community. You'll get the history, you get the fashion, you have an opportunity to shop. It's going to be a trip, an experience of a lifetime. So make sure you sign up to join us in Ethiopia.
And then there's a motion picture called Shaft in
I have a
Africa that
question
was
for the
filmed in
Democrats and the
Ethiopia.
Democratic shields. Why don't y'all ever spend time
We have a secret
telling
city.
Black people what Biden is going to do for us specifically?
Ethiopia.
Why do y'all waste so much time talking about how Trump is the boogeyman and all these things he's going to do to us? And you know what? All those things may be true. He may be gearing up to do all the worst to Black people. But how is that going to change the position that Black people in America are in already? What is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris going to do to make our lives as Black Americans any better? They never say anything about that. No, they include us in that infrastructural bill and say, oh, we're going to give you a little bit of, educational breaks here and, some housing breaks there. We're going to stop the discrimination in the appraisal market. That stuff matters. I'm not saying that it doesn't. If they were to write us a check, we wouldn't care about any of that stuff because we could pay for that stuff and we could leave. We could do all the stuff that we wanted to do. We wouldn't be affected by supremacy as much. But instead of y'all Democratic shields spending all that time trying to freak us out, right? Trump is the boogeyman. He's hiding under the bed and he's going to grab your ankle. All that other stuff. We're not scared no more.
Right.
All the things that Black people have been through in America, y'all think we gonna be scared of an orange running around here with a bad toupee? We ain't scared of that. What we're scared of is stuff out of our house, jumping in our vehicles, driving down the street, and these racist police behind us. And out when it was not when we
Okay, Brother Che, you still there? Okay, Brother Shabazz, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, yeah. So Brother Che must be having some type of problem, man, with the internet connection right there. Because I see, the video had froze up right here. Brother Che. Okay, Brother Che. Okay, all right. We're still going on live right here. Okay, the We got Brother Che, our host. He's temporarily having some technical difficulties right here. Okay, you there, Brother Che? Okay. All right, Brother Che. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Brother Che is back. Okay. As the sister was saying right there.
More than likely to have something happen to you by the police officer that's up the street from you. So why don't you tell us that Joe Biden and Kamala have the reparation checks in the mail? But again, y'all want to tell us about all these horrible things that the Republicans and Trump is going to do to us. Again, we're not scared. Black people have survived a whole lot, including slavery. Now, nothing was more scarier than that. We survived that. We survived Jim Crow. We surviving right now, even though they don't want us to. So we're not scared. Right. One of my favorite shows was Fear Factor. And, there was some pretty scary things going on there. But even that, I found myself laughing after a while because I just wasn't scared anymore. So I'm not scared of a Trump presidency. Not at all. So if you want us to show up for Biden and Kamala, go tell them, hey, these fear tactics ain't working. Y'all got to show up for them. Y'all got to show up for Black people in a real way. We have been asking for reparations since our ancestors left the plantation. Y'all keep telling us, and when I say y'all, I'm talking about you. But when it comes to us, we supposed to just suck it up. Y'all keep scaring us to death. We're scared of this wealth gap that is between whites and Blacks that will never close. In fact, they said it'll take about 232 years for the wealth gap to close. That's what we're afraid of. And we know that reparations check is going to help close the wealth gap. So again, when y'all talk to Black Americans about voting for Biden, stop talking to us if y'all ain't talking about, checks in the mail. And no, we ain't gonna wait until after the election. We want our money now. Right. Because there's no guarantee for Biden or Kamala to write no checks if they already in the White House. In fact, we know what they're gonna do. They're gonna do for everybody else with our help and give us their behind. Well, y'all know the rest of that. So anyway, for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube.
Shout out to Demetri K. She always shows us love over here from
family and fellow soldiers.
Love listeners, and it's about to Smith. All right, Sabaka, what are your thoughts on the page?
Okay, everything that the sister said, that she was right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm up here arguing with some idiot here, man, on Facebook, man. And let's see here. Yeah, your community, your comments goes against community standards. These are some dirty motherfuckers, okay? All right, man, let me see. The only thing I'm going to do is, let me see, who is this fool? Okay. All right, let's see here. Let's put
about the wealth gap or the fear tactic.
The fear mongering. Yeah, the fear mongering at the Democrats. What are your thoughts on that?
We survived under George W. Bush. Should we be able to make it through any type of president?
We survived Bush Jr., Bush Daddy,
Yes.
Papa Bush. We survived the dump. That's a human shit. If we make that perfectly clear. We survived Reagan. We survived Eisenhower. We survived Nixon. We survived DJ. We survived Clinton. We survived Osambo.
Yeah.
We survived all the way up to down George Washington. God damn it.
Mm-hmm. And that's real. Mm-hmm.
So come correct and cut the goddamn check. Otherwise, Democrats get used to losing. Every 20, 40 years, there's a pendulum swing. And the pendulum is definitely swinging more right wing, Republican, conservative. So if they're gonna be in control, so be it. But don't try to sit here and wag your finger at us. It's y'all fault that the dump is in office or whatever. No, it's the Democrats' fault because you kept aligned your base. The same ones that sit there had your back, and you was gonna have our back like we had yours. Well, it's time to come correct. Show and prove. Otherwise, you out of office.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true, man. You know?
I'm gonna move us along because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here in the Mile High City. Louisiana Governor Mike Johnson. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Mike Johnson orders 10 commandments to be put in all schools in Louisiana.
Okay, now that's a problem. Okay, because, you know, like I learned in political science, is that the Constitution is full of contradictions, and this is one of the biggest ones right there, separation of church and state.
Well, the 10 commandments came from the 42 confessions of Ma'at.
Oh, okay.
So it's some plagiarized, stolen shit to begin with. But it basically, the 10 commandments were for them because they didn't have no sense of civilization. We're dealing with savages and barbarians. Cave people. So they have no conscience. It's how they're able to plunge themselves of all the murders put just against our people all over the globe. But just here in America, all the black people that have killed as a result of their, and then they try to say, well, that was a long time ago. So it was the Holocaust, and we're going through a Holocaust right now.
Exactly. Right. You see what I'm saying?
And you have no problem with those descendants receiving reparations. You don't do nothing's bad enough to continue to fund Israel while they obliterate the Palestinians, but that's a whole nother story for a whole nother time, because that really ain't got nothing to do with us. They originally stole the land from African people, initially, those Arabs, those invaders. So the newest colonial is these goddamn Caucasoids, that claim to be Jews. So it's already some plagiarized shit to begin with. So the hypocrisy is real, and Professor Black Truth is going to give us a breakdown on this. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. I've been with him for over 10 years.
Okay, then after this one here.
Well, after that, we got the illegal migrant news, and then we got the Supreme Court rules on camping bans, and the unhoused neighbor news and the unhoused neighbor tweets.
Okay, all right. So after this one here, man, because I got a video conference tomorrow, man, at 10 a.m., man, which is in about 10 hours.
Oh yeah, you definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear from the good professor, and then we can give you a commentary on that, and go ahead and bid us a good night from the Sin City.
Yes, sir. And then also, too, Brother Che, there's a clip.
This is the moment of truth. Today, Louisiana became the first state in the country to require the 10 Commandments be on display in every public school classroom, from kindergarten to state-funded universities, under a bill signed by Republican Governor Jeff Landry.
And I don't know which one they're going to put up. There's 10 different versions of the 10 Commandments, and our schools are so underfunded that I'm not sure half the kids even know how to read them. But it's one of the dumbest waste of time I've ever seen in my life.
The schools in Louisiana traditionally have ranked very low in the rankings of schools in America. It's gone up, I think, pre-K through 12 has gone up a little bit in recent years, but yeah, not by much.
Governor Edwards, John Bell did a great job. I mean, he got us, you know, off the bottom, but Governor Landry is intent on putting us back on the bottom, it seems like.
It's very easy to tell whenever you have a politician or an entire political party who clearly has no new ideas, so they just keep recycling the same old stuff. Ron DeSantis decided to get himself some quickie headlines trying to be some half-brained culture warrior. That crashed and burned. But because everybody else in the GOP doesn't have any ideas of their own either, they looked and said, maybe we can go ahead and jump on that train. It didn't work for him, but maybe, just maybe, it might work for us. The newest individual who wants to be the star of the culture wars is Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry. This guy talks like he came off the set of Green Acres, and he looks like he walked off the set of Deliverance. If you were to look up Cletus in the dictionary, you would see this buck-toothed, cross-eyed scumbag looking right at you. Now, just for a summary, Louisiana's legislature and governorship are both controlled by the GOP. In fact, they actually have a supermajority down there in that state legislature. And as a result, they're doing the kind of stupid message legislation that DeSantis and the Florida GOP would regularly do. In this case, they decided to pass a law that says the 10 Commandments have to be displayed in every public school and in every state-funded university. This, of course, is weaponizing the fact that tax dollars go to these places in order to get policies that are actually against taxpayer interest. You don't decide to have something that's going to be hyper-specialized if everybody in the society is required to pay for it. And you can tell that the white right's been sitting around sniffing their own farts, because the talking point for this is basically that it's a historical document. The 10 Commandments is a historical document. Now, even for the best of theologians, they talk about that in terms of basically being nothing more than religiously based folklore. You can't exactly find the grave of Moses. And if it wasn't for these biblical stories, you wouldn't really have anything that says a guy named Moses was running around anyway. But that's not the point, of course. The point is this is supposed to be the enshrinement of what is clearly nothing more than white Christian identity dogma. But of course, as with all of this agitprop that they keep using the schools as the entry point for, they keep falsely claiming we're doing this for the kids. It's all about the kids. It's meant to benefit the kids. You don't want to do anything that would disadvantage the kids, mind you. Yeah, I guess they figured that because Christopher Rufo's asinine talking points about white children being offended wouldn't work here, they weren't able to use that. So they're just saying kids in general. Give me a break. Louisiana has one of the lowest literacy rates in America. They also have one of the lowest high school graduation rates in America. They also have some of the lowest entrepreneurial rates in America. These people need to be putting the ABCs and multiplication tables on their school walls, not the 10 Commandments. But the white right's entire policies these days is psychological masturbation. Or as Christopher Rufo put it, we want to do whatever we think is going to drive the left nuts. Apparently, even if it damns the conservatives' own children. In the ultimate absurdity of the white right, the kids down there can't even read, but they're going to put 10 Commandments on the wall anyway. And Democrats aren't doing anything about all this because they don't want to alienate any of those Biden Republicans, as Rahm Emanuel put it, who they're hoping to appeal to. White moderates read casual racists and economic conservative voters who they hope they can appeal to on issues like abortion. The Democrats are trying to walk a tightrope with these groups, and that's why they remain quiet on stuff like this. Yeah, you'll have the usual pundit class on television, but that's about it. The Democrats are not really going to get out there and do a full court press. Now, with leadership like this across America, it's no wonder the U.S. is going down the toilet. Kids in Asian countries, they don't have this kind of stuff being pushed at them. If you were to go to China or India or South Korea, you wouldn't find anyone talking about putting religious stuff on the walls. In China, they don't put any of Chairman Mao's Little Red Book stuff on the walls. In India, they don't have any Hindu scriptures on the walls. And in South Korea, the home of Samsung Electronics, do you see them taking any sort of religious text from their religions and putting it on the school walls? Of course not. These countries decided that they weren't going to put religion on the walls. They were going to put reading, writing, and arithmetic on the walls. And that's the reason why you got so many of these Asians who are overrepresented to Silicon Valley. Even if you are one of those people who believes that these kids need more religion in their lives, tell me something. What do the 10 Commandments do to make American children competitive in the 21st century? This is a portrait of the utter decay that white supremacy represents. When you've had it all your own way for so long, you become oblivious to the fact that the world has changed, and you failed to change along with it. I'm talking not just about the Republicans, but also the Democrats as well. Now, can you believe that the Democrats actually lost the governor's mansion in Louisiana to this clown? Worse yet, they allowed the Louisiana legislature to be completely and thoroughly taken over by these jokers for many, many years. Not because Democrats can't be competitive, but because, as I told you, the Democratic Party is a DC-based social club. They largely don't care about state races, and as far as they're concerned, they like to use idiots like this as a political counterlever in order to coerce black people to vote for nothing. But it's not as if the Democrats' little strategy hasn't been biting them in the butt regardless. James Carville, the Cajun Skeletor, Louisiana is his home state, and he's having his state eaten alive by the white right. Now, this man is supposed to be some sort of legendary political strategist, some sort of legendary political guru, because he worked on the Clinton campaign 30 years ago. And he's been trying to ride on the coattails of that little accomplishment ever since, but he's been dead wrong and come in dead last ever since the 90s. How is this guy, one of the allegedly most intelligent Democratic strategists of all time, supposed to be taken seriously when his own state has become a political colony of the GOP? But he's not alone in his failure. Donna Brazile, another political fossil from the 90s, is also from Louisiana, New Orleans to be exact, and she was also a former head of the DNC. And this is what's happening in her home state. But she's not alone in her failure either. Cedric Richmond, one of Joe Biden's former advisors, was also a Louisiana politician, and he did absolutely nothing for black people. So you got two of the most famous, most influential Democratic strategists ever, and a former presidential advisor, and this is how effective they are in their own state. How am I supposed to believe that these guys are going to help black people when, one, they have no track record of helping us at all, and two, they can't even help themselves? They let the GOP dominate their state legislature, and after 8 years of a Democratic governor, they totally ignored the black vote, which resulted in this mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging Cletus becoming governor. But it's the Democrats' own fault, because they've been doing it in other states as well. This is the game that they've been playing nationwide. For the clowns and shills out there who want us to vote for the Democrats because they're going to stop the Republicans from running roughshod over us, take a look, stupid. They can't even stop the GOP from running roughshod over themselves. You have the Cajun Skeletor and Aunt Jemima down there, and the GOP's just straight ruling. Now, obviously, I don't like having these neo-Klansmen in office, and it's more than just their rhetoric. But the truth of the matter is, when they are in office, instead of black people suffering alone, we have others who also have to get brought in for some punishment too, which is what these other groups want to avoid. See, they're all fine with suffering. They're all fine with the GOP putting legislation on the books meant to target people, just so long as it's only black people. That's the game that they play. Long as black people are the only ones in the crosshairs, it's all good. So we're going to let the inbreds on the white right spread the suffering around. That's what happened during the Trump years. And everybody didn't like it because they got to see what it was like to be us for a change. Landry wants to be the next Ron DeSantis, and if by that he thinks that he's going to get lots of attention for himself with these stupid stunts, he will. But if he thinks that this is going to result in him being a presidential contender, just like DeSantis, he won't. Culture wars are only viable at the state level, and even then, only in states where you control the state legislature and the governorship at the same time. Louisiana Republicans couldn't pull any stupid stunts like this before because for 8 years there was a Democrat in office. But John Bel Edwards did nothing to incentivize black voters anywhere in the Bayou State. So in the last gubernatorial race, black Louisiana voters stayed home. And even now, with all this going on, with Republicans in other states being emboldened by the Louisiana governor's foolishness, Democrats are still not coming to black voters to make any sort of deal or to make any sort of pledges for our tangibles. Ignoring black voters is an article of faith for Democrats. That's probably what's on the walls of the Democrats' own offices. They're not at war with the GOP, themselves as being at war with us. To them, trash like DeSantis and Jeff Landry serve a very important purpose. They're used in order to present someone so corrupt and odious and ridiculously racist that Democrats think all they have to do is point to the DeSantises and the Landrys, all of these little racist culture warriors, and say, You black people can't go making any demands in this election. It's too dangerous. Just go to the polls and vote. Why, think of what these ethno-fascists will do if they get into office. You have to vote like we tell you to do and take one for them. Don't demand. By doing this, Democrats figure they can coerce black voters into voting time and again and get absolutely nothing in return. And for a long time, it's worked. But it seems now at least some black folks are finally getting tired of walking in circles. And this has been the result. The GOP didn't take over Louisiana any more than they took over those other poor states. The Democrats simply surrendered it. They expect people to vote just because, and that doesn't work. Now, that hillbilly in charge of Louisiana, he's already said, I hope they sue us. And of course, predictably, the AC and others are filing a slew of lawsuits in regards to this case. But it's excruciatingly obvious what the Republicans' political strategy here is. Right now, there's a Supreme Court with the majority of it being Federalist Society operatives, people who have taken a pledge to ignore the Constitution, to ignore the law, and just simply hand down rulings based on their own political prejudices. And if these lawsuits do inevitably find themselves in front of this Supreme Court, you're going to have a lot of people in the white media and the white left shocked that these Federalist Society flunkies suddenly decide that after 100+ years of ruling after ruling saying separation of church and state, well, this Supreme Court suddenly realized, wait, the founders of the United States wanted a theocracy after all. That is a very real possibility that could come out of this case. Clarence Thomas already tipped his hand the fact that these Federalist Society Supreme Court justices have a little agenda that they're working their way through. They want to, quote unquote, as he put it, revisit a number of pre-existing Supreme Court cases. This is about trying to reshape the country by fiat. This is the price that the white left has chosen to pay in order to defy our demands. Their objective is to maintain the racial status quo and make sure that black people never bring morality or sanity to the social order in this country. So letting the Republicans be in charge is a very important way that white supremacy maintains power, because the white left and the white right actually work hand in hand against us. They whipsaw us against whichever loudmouth Republican is out there saying some stupid racist stuff this week. And then instead of black people digging in their heels and saying, well, if you want this guy removed, you got to sit down and break bread with us. Let's make a deal. Instead, Negroes' knees start knocking. They start getting scared and go, it's too dangerous now. And they get right back on that political treadmill to nowhere, which changes nothing. We've spent days far too long playing the game by their rules. Now it's time to make the bastards play by ours. And if they truly, this is all about stopping the Republicans from ushering in some sort of fascist theocracy, then they're going to have to get serious about meeting black people's demands. Because the reality is, if they actually believe they're going to put an end to this quote unquote Christian fascism without us, they're going to find out the hard way they don't have a prayer. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Frederica Moore, Deep Eye 904, Stephen Lyles, Craig Simmons, and Mark Singleton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Professor Black Truth. All right, Shabaka, on your way out, what are your thoughts on this, and then your closing?
Yeah, I said, okay, well, the professor, man, is always on point as he does. The
What's going on, everybody? Thank you for joining me.
Pelican way of making his point, you know, without using any profanity. The man is obviously a PhD. He is quite educated. And I definitely appreciate the brother's wisdom, you know what I'm saying? And one time when he used to take calls on his show, I got on there and I was in queue with him.
Get really confused with Jason Black.
Oh,
okay. It's a different entity.
Okay.
But yeah, him and Jason Black have been around about the same amount of time. Professor Black Truth has been around since Obama first term.
Oh man, wow. So that there's almost 20 years, man. Wait a minute, 16 years. Okay. All right, yeah. So he got entrenched in the social media, man, when it was bossing up, you know. And like I said, I got an old contract from YouTube, and every year, man, they've been changing the terms and what have you. And so basically, what they've been doing is like with us, is that they've been shadow banning us, and I'm putting it out there. So most definitely, ladies and gentlemen, you know, definitely like and subscribe and check out Frontline Black News. Check out the Revolutionary Agenda. Definitely follow the like page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, you know, where we do our posting at and whatnot. And then on top of it as well, too, on our like page, we don't mind nobody advertising up there, but please check with us first and then reciprocate, okay? It's because if you don't, we're going to be kicking your stuff off, you know, because we're sick and tired of seeing everybody else up there advertising their shit and then they don't reciprocate. And that's the only beef we got on that. You know what I mean? Because hell, we trying to get paid too. You say, you know, because we got bills that we got to pay. Yeah, we got bills we got to pay. We got to keep the StreamYard up. We got to keep the blog talk up. Yeah, we even got to keep our cell phones up so we can go up here and do this work. So like I said, hey, people, we don't mind you advertising, but just reciprocate. Break us off some donations. We'll mention you. We'll be happy to mention you. You see what I'm saying? But just don't come up here and step on our page, you know what I'm saying, like it's the thing to do. That shit ain't cool because we don't do it to others.
Right.
You see what I mean? All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to bid us all, I'm going to bid a good night and definitely appreciate Brother Shabazz Mohammed, you know, from joining us this evening. Yeah, and also too, Brother Shabazz, you know what I'm saying? Get with us, man. Stay with us, man, because we're trying to boss it up, man. And I'm just, you know, keeping the faith, man, you know, that we're going to hit the juggernaut on this. And like I said, on my age, just off the law of biophysics, man, I don't have that much time left. So it's going to be Brother Parrish, man, who's going to be inheriting all this, you know, upon my transition. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I would like to enjoy, you know, some of my life, you know, toward the end. You know what I'm saying? I realize I'm not 40, I'm not 25 no more. And the only thing I could do is that I put out there, man, the things that I've lived through for your generations, man, you know, to use that there as a point of reference as well, too. But one thing, and I have to say this, that I cannot nor will I ever support.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir. And my last sentence, Brother Shaq, and I want to make this here perfectly clear. Under no circumstances do I support a man shoving ketchup up his rectum, talking about that he's having a menstrual cycle, because that is an insult to the sanctity of womanhood. So I bid you all a good night from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack, clack. All right.
Everybody's
have a nice
there.
night. All right, take care.
Sticking with us, y'all. I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is the illegal migrant news. But it's Shabazz, are you still with us? Oh, you have to leave the studio. I'll just remove you.
Oh, come again?
Oh, Shabaki, he hasn't left the studio yet. Okay. All right, so the illegals is running amok. In cities like Chicago and where we're at here, Brother Shabazz in Denver. My brother Kitty Media Group is gonna give us an update on what's happening in Chi-Town in regards to illegal migrants. A massive migrant knife fight erupts in downtown Chicago.
Wow.
Today, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that is the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does is that it helps make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does also help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm also. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back to the People's Republic of Chicago, because we have to discuss this massive knife fight that erupted in downtown Chicago between Biden's migrants. Yes, a few weeks ago, a massive knife fight broke out with Biden's migrants. And for some reason, this didn't get the kind of coverage that I thought it would get. I've actually actually been sitting on this information for a few weeks now. And if no one else is going to talk about this, I guess I'm going to have to. So let's get into this Fox video clip here discussing what actually occurred in downtown Chicago with Biden's migrants.
Well, Dawn, someone may be watching right now thinking I can run downstairs, grab the mail. It'll only take 2 minutes. I'll leave my door unlocked. Under no circumstances should you do that. And especially when I tell you these statistics, just last week, citywide aggravated battery was up, burglaries, and also robberies. And it's having an impact in the downtown Chicago area. A knife fight in broad daylight. Chicago police tell us 2 groups got into it in the 600 block of North Michigan Avenue Sunday. One of the men in this video lives here at the migrant shelter at Inn of Chicago.
That was reported by one of our local residents who lives adjacent to the migrant shelter at the Inn of Chicago. This individual recognized one of the assailants as a migrant who lives at the Inn of Chicago. So police are investigating that angle right now.
Alderman Brian Hopkins of the 2nd Ward says crime in Streeterville hasn't slowed down, specifically in the areas of Ohio and St. Clair.
Ohio and St. Clair is precisely where the migrant shelter, I believe it was called the Inn of Chicago, is located. So that cross street right there, where the migrant shelter is located in downtown Chicago, has essentially turned into the ghetto. That's what that has turned into. And I can't even begin to imagine if I was living in one of the condominiums in the surrounding area, to which Lord knows how much money they're paying to live there, and what is supposed to be prime real estate, living in downtown Chicago and owning a condo, no less, in downtown Chicago. You are paying God knows how much money to live there. And this is what you have to deal with. This is what Brandon Johnson has placed in your backyard. He literally turned your neighborhood into a ghetto overnight. And you're paying how much to live on this so-called prime real estate in downtown Chicago? That is very unfortunate for the residents.
We're seeing an increase in drug dealing, prostitution, loitering, the associated nuisance activity that goes along with loitering. There's a lot of litter and graffiti that happens, and occasionally a fight, like the knife fight that we just witnessed in Streeterville.
I instantly knew that my season was over. The first thing that I felt was the pain of not being able to play. My emotions, my attitudes, the way I acted was all dependent on.
Residents of Streeterville apartments and condos have been warned not to hold the door for other people because criminals are weaseling their way in, targeting residents, taking valuables from inside their homes.
Mind you, these people have doormen at these condominiums, excuse me. They have doormen. So once again, you're paying Lord knows how much a month to own these condominiums with doormen and everything at the bottom at the entrance of the condos. And you would think that the doormen would be a deterrent because that's what they're supposed to be, but they're not. Folks are still getting in and burglarizing these high rises. Now, let's get back to the shelter, right? Let's get back to the shelter on Ohio and St. Clair. I believe, once again, if I'm not mistaken, they said it was called the Inn of Chicago. Let's talk about why this is happening. Now, obviously, we know why. It's happening because, number one, what we're seeing here, and as I always say concerning this so-called man-made migrant crisis, we're seeing mass asylum fraud take place. These men that are committing these crimes and turning downtown Chicago into one big ghetto, these folks did not come here for a, quote, better life. And coming here for a better life is not a proper asylum seeking claim anyways, but that's beside the point. They didn't come for a better life. They came to bring the degenerate behavior from their country over to here because they know they have a living here and getting away with it here, especially in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, than they do in their home country, let alone a place like Texas or other Republican ran states and or cities. They're not going to get away with this stuff over there. This is why they make their way to Chicago. This is why they make their way to New York City. And also this is why they make their way to Los Angeles, even though, to be honest, Los Angeles kind of has this under control, a lot more so than Chicago and New York does. But let me get into a little bit of information here, right, before we close this video out. What do you expect to happen when the overwhelming majority of these so-called migrants, illegal immigrants participating in mass asylum fraud? What do you expect to happen when you just keep them cooped up in a building with nowhere to go? There's no job, no money, no nothing outside of the fact that they're not supposed to be here anyways. Well, you could expect this to take, especially when you're talking about a bunch of men, military age men of quote fighting age. And I want to get into that fact right now. What I want to do is dive into this piece of information here that comes directly from Brandon Johnson's office. Now, many of you don't know this, and you would know this actually if you were a subscriber of this channel and you tuned into my live streams, because I've broken this down on my live streams on numerous occasions. And for those of you who have been longtime subscribers, I will be back doing live streams again, camming up at the top of July, the first week of July. So I will be back. Don't worry. On my live streams, I've discussed this, but many people don't know this. The homeless population in Chicago has now been divided up in between asylum seekers and non-asylum seekers. And obviously, non-asylum seekers are U.S. citizens. But here's what I want to highlight. I want to highlight this point here. Who are these so-called asylum seekers that are being cooped up in these hotels that have now become ghettos? Well, when you go by the data, as you can see here in this report, once again, via Brandon Johnson and his administration, the race and ethnicity of these so-called asylum seekers is 97.8% Latino. And when you scroll down a little bit more, you will see that as it pertains to the gender of these so-called asylum seekers, they are 79.1% male. 79.1% male. And when you get to the age of these so-called asylum seekers, as you can see here, 18 and under, 15.1%. 18 to 24, 18.3%. 25 to 35, 42.7%. And 35 to 44, 18.8%. So it is very important for me that I establish that right now so that you know, see, and understand that when I'm saying that these so-called migrant shelters are filled and packed with men, people don't think that I'm just saying that just to be saying it. It is not families, it's not children. It is a bunch of men in these shelters. And we have verifiable proof here in the data that was even provided to us by the Brandon Johnson administration as it pertains to the age of these so-called asylum seekers, the gender of these so-called asylum seekers, as well as the race of these so-called asylum seekers. We know exactly who they are, and we know that they're not women and children as that keeps getting sold to us as. These are not women and children. These are grown men who've left their country to participate in degenerate behavior here in the United States. They were participating in this behavior in their home country, and they brought that behavior over here with them because they knew that under the Biden administration and under the Brandon Johnson administration in Chicago, we can get away with whatever we want. We don't have to worry about deportations. We're not getting sent back to our country. None of this is happening. We can flee our homelands, to which we were already up to no good over there, and avoid so-called persecution just to come to the U.S. and participate and bring our degenerate behavior here into a city near you. Now, will Brandon Johnson do anything about this? Absolutely not. But as it pertains to city council, there is something that you all can do about it as it pertains to flipping those seats in city council. The real question is now is, will you do it? That's the real question. Will you do it? And that is yet to be seen. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends. And also, don't forget to follow me.
Black news. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on the illegal migrants knife fight in Chicago at the tail end of it? But these fools was in broad daylight having a whole night fight a couple weeks back.
I mean, it's not like it's not known that bad things are happening everywhere. It's kind of like it. It's kind of funny, really. I mean, with all the unhoused shit going on, and then you got all these migrants. I mean, they just added extra cost. Now the heard it. So yeah, shit, it's robbing season. These motherfuckers getting it how they live, apparently. Which I said, you know, getting it how they live. So
Yeah, like they did in their homeland.
Anywhere, shit. Motherfuckers is hungry out here. The cost of living. Yeah, first of all, they ain't supposed to be here, so you know they got to do most. It needs to happen because it's kind of out of hand. I mean, motherfuckers moving around all different in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's just something else. It's still busloads of them still coming here. They just not talking about that no more.
I mean, it's like out of hand because like you go to black little area, you know what I mean, and they're holding it down like they live there, like it's their all of a sudden. Yeah, right. Okay, this ain't gonna last very long. You better get comfortable. Yeah, real shit. Like they holding it all of a sudden. I had to laugh about that too. Yeah, like really good laugh. Like, you know what the fuck? First, what thing to be gentrified, and with them, it's another thing to be put together by a motherfucker uninvited guests. You know what I mean? Nah. I mean, see it from like outside. You know, you go outside and really see it. Motherfuckers trying to hold down. It's like that.
This is all happening under Sleepy Dementia Joe.
I mean, I got thoughts. It's not for us to say though. They got, you know, I feel like they you came all this way to be treated like us. But you're not gonna hold down our neighborhoods. Like it's one thing to be gentrified, and them it's another out by them. You feel me? That ain't even how the fucking individuals gonna push us out of our old last remaining little fucking that we can actually kind of live in, semi live in, not even live in, just occupy something at this point. Dig? So that shit firsthand, I was like, oh, y'all much more get slid. All right, galvanizing little meeting up and down the blocks like that, and then you got that. You got, I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening in Chicago, but I know that it didn't look like where my part of town. It's kind of like what they're doing in my part of town right now. So for a fact. So I think that
sounds just like that.
It's different right now. It's real active right now. So.
I'm about to go out and come
the guys are just as active as the motherfucking profiling. Watch this shit first hand. Like, what?
I'm about to go out and come back in and hold it down.
I didn't come in here for that. All right.
I'm going to have to leave the studio and come back in. But you and Lady J chop it up while I go out and come back in. Stream on.
Fresh Bass, Black Power. How you doing, brother?
Yeah. I'm doing fine, sister.
Happy to see you in here.
Yeah.
How's everything? Getting ready to laugh at the 4th of their lies.
Oh, 4th of July.
I say it makes my heart giggle. The 4th
Oh.
of their lies.
The night fight in Chicago, that's really crazy. The Migrant.
Oh man, they're doing the most, man. Nobody's getting punished. They don't let us be lawless. Is that what they call it? Lawless? Shaking
Oh, yeah.
fucking up the titties, beating the ass, fucking jumping them in the subway, and then go to court, get out, do it a couple more times, get out. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
They don't let us do none of that shit. We lucky if we get away with the first thing. And you're not getting
Right.
away with that shit. They always got the upper hand.
They really need to get locked up or something.
No, they need to. I don't know. They were shit back, but the motherfucking the president don't want them back. So I'm like, hey man, cool. Break bread. Send that money over. And for every motherfucker you got over here, and like pay that bill. Shit. Why the fuck we gotta starve just because you don't want them back? Cool. Pay that debt. You owe us a check. And every other country that don't want their motherfucking people back. Cut that motherfucking check. And it should go to us.
I agree.
Not else. It should go to fucking us. We're the ones suffering. We're the ones pushed out. Why the fuck you look, this is what pissed me off. Why the fuck we gotta get gentrified plates? We gotta get gentrified. And then we gotta get then you gotta get pushed or moved around to whatever. And it's fine. Like, okay, cool. You don't want your people? We took care of them. Cool. That motherfucker did it. Cut that check. Your country. You don't want them back? Cool. We'll feed them, take care of them, and whatever offer, whatever that we don't get, they should get. Cool. But you say that motherfucker, this should go to us, not no one else. It's us that got fucking pushed around. It's us that got moved out of our own fucking neighborhoods and got piled out by buses with labels and signs and shit. You know what I mean? In all of the areas, they dropped them off in mass. But we're getting off the bus, looking up. I think I'll go to church. I don't know where the fuck they're going. No sign, no nothing. And I'm not stupid because nobody knows how to read. Something like you can't even tell me even 4 words like you in Colorado, you in Denver, you over here in Park, Montbello, you in Green Valley Ranch, you in downtown, you in everywhere else, you at the airport, you over here. Man, you can mix with that motherfucking bullshit. I know better. I was for real outside with that. So it's like, come on, man. No. Fuck all that. Cut that check so everybody gets a bill. And you get a bill every motherfucking month they were here. You can afford it. They can afford it. Especially Venezuela. What they got? Oil, fucking they got some sort of produce or some shit. They got some shit I don't remember right off the top of my head, man. But check it. They got in the one for Venezuela, I think it's Venezuela that said he supported reparations. Well, if you support reparations, cut that motherfucking check for your people. And make a specific clause. This is for those black people. Sorry. Not sorry. Keep them motherfuckers. I don't want them. I'm cool right here. They left. They fled. All right, cool. We fed up. Dude, none of that. Think about it. This whole time, for 4 years, everybody got fed. They got put in school. They got the counter. They fucking I was at 7-Eleven by just house. Motherfuckers driving ass motherfucking whips, cuz driving like all good. You got us still looking at like we still driving fucking 2-door fucking hoopies, motherfucking Ultimas pulling up in the 7-Eleven. All fucked up, man. But these motherfuckers, boom, What the fuck? Cause you know you don't live here. You just got here. Stop it. I mean, time I'm a lot in the city, and I'm telling you, this shit was brand new. That European shit. There was a whole bunch of fucking Dutch and German motherfuckers went into 7-Eleven the other day. They look like they're trying to rob shit.
I'm back.
Your beard. Why you looking suspect? You know what I mean? They will get like they was like, oh, run out with a 2-pack. You know what I mean? Like, stop it. You're new too. You're driving a better whip. Everybody got a nice car. What? We kept getting leapfrogged over. I mean, we've been paying attention. Evidently, not enough. Highly upset. You had nothing but black people homeless sitting around the 7-Eleven like a campfire.
It's horrible. It's a horrible sight. You know where I'm at, but it's a bad. It's a horrible sight.
Like they you know, the light like my pull it up and shit. Like, oh my god. Me and my sister be talking about the G-Wagon shit. I'm like, she's like, G-Wagon. I'm like, I don't know nothing about that shit. But I saw one like 2 times in my whole life. And I saw one right at 7-Eleven. They popped up that bitch. Fair skinned and like fucking newcomers or you know, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Bitches. And what we doing? I'm looking at my brethren sitting around the 7-Eleven like and state of affairs. I just want to kick everything and stab everybody's tire and just run off. Just not. Nobody's getting checked. He's nothing. It's like, man, but I get caught. How the fuck I get caught? That shit breaks y'all, man. You don't pay attention. You really figure it out. It wears when you see it. You're cool 1 minute, next thing you know, you're like, ugh.
All right, so thank you for holding it down, Lady Tay. I'm back. We got
leaving.
New York. New York City bills migrant encampment in public parks. So parks are off limits to actual citizens that are unhoused, but the illegal immigrants can set up a whole encampment in a public park and nobody bats an eye. So I believe it's from what's his name? Cash Jordan. Cash Jordan is going to give us
turning you on to shit, man. They're rocking. You can't watch Cash Jordan. That's not for you.
Group pushing to get a migrant shelter off of Randall's Island. But as CBS 2 political reporter Marsha Kramer explains, the city says it has no other options.
The Randall's Island. So this here is one of the most controversial shelters anywhere in New York. Ever since it opened, there have been nonstop reports of violence, including attacks on police, some of which only ended when people went to the emergency room. But even though locals want this shelter shut down, the tent's gone, the asylum seekers evicted, the city doesn't have any choice but to keep it open. In fact, they might even be building more of these.
A police presence was visible tonight on Randall's Island. Cell phone video given to us by a migrant shows the chaos. 18 people were arrested.
From the outset, community group did not like the idea of usurping 8 acres of ball fields and parkland on Randall's Island. They were a 3,000-bed migrant shelter.
They call this place the death shelter. Said he was placed here at Randall's Island, but says from the moment he walked in, people told him to watch his back.
The city says the facility will house only single adult males. The 84,000 square foot shelter includes cots. There are laundry facilities, a dining hall, and phones that make international calls.
A curfew is set to go into effect at the at Randall's Island, making it the latest shelter in New York City to have a city-imposed curfew.
Now, after months of what one group calls violence, fights, and reports of illegal activity, the Randall's Island Park Alliance says it's time for the city to fold its tents, remove the cots, and hit the road.
You know, this
Sell online and grow your business with Wix e-commerce. Create a
Long time, they were gonna put the brothers there. The brothers like, fuck that. It's cold. It's drafty. There's mosquitoes. Remember? And they didn't even have bathrooms.
Another week, another incident at New York City's infamous shelter on Randall's Island. But what nobody's talking about is that even though a giant tent shelter in a park like this might seem better than having people sleep on the streets, the environment inside these shelters is dangerous, not only for the people who live there, but for the caretakers, the police, and critics say places like this aren't helping anybody. Now, the mayor says these problems come from people not being able to work or have jobs, as they've got no option but to stay at their shelters all day long, which is the case at pretty much every shelter in town, as none of the asylum seekers here are allowed to legally have jobs. But violent incidents at other shelters aren't as common as they are here, because instead of sleeping in comfortable luxury hotel rooms like their counterparts in Manhattan, asylees at the city's various mega shelters sleep in open congregate living situations, interment where you have rows and rows and rows of beds in massive hangar-like spaces, kind of like an internment camp almost, which has outside observers asking, what are we doing here? How is it humane to create conditions like this, where people sleep with one eye open because the city is so strapped for cash it can't afford to hire extra police to keep these places safe, which is why things inside this particular shelter can turn chaotic at the drop of a hat. And that brings us to the real reason why we have these massive tent shelters, even though everybody knows they're a terrible idea, and that's because the city's received over 200,000 asylum seekers, and the city already using 20% of the hotels in town as shelters, revealing the hard truth that we're simply running out of space. Yet New York's archaic right to shelter laws mandate anyone on planet Earth gets a free place to stay just for asking. And while critics of the mayor say they want more immigration and more shelters, the city has nowhere else to put people. And as the U.S. border remains in crisis mode with thousands of crossings every single day, the city may be building more tent shelters in the near future, not less. In spite of the reports of gang violence, critics say this type of shelter encourages.
I'm glad the brothers said no to.
So here we are in a park, just like the one the Randall's Island shelter was built, and they're building something here as well. What that is, I'm not entirely sure, but it's important to understand that the Randall's Island shelter is one of the largest in the city, and that's on purpose. In fact, whereas most of the city's mega shelters hold 1,000 people, Randall's Island holds 3,000 people. But since this shelter's so big it could only be built inside a local park, that's something some local residents aren't too happy about, among other things.
Community groups did not like the idea of usurping 8 acres of ball fields and parkland on Randall's Island for a 3,000-bed migrant shelter. Now, after months of what one group calls violence, fights, and reports of illegal activity, the Randall's Island Park Alliance says it's time for the city to fold its tents.
So here we have local residents that want to see the tents at the Randall's Island shelter gone. And they're upset that their public park space is no longer as usable as it once was before. What's more, it seems another complication has emerged by way of rival factions inside this shelter fighting with each other. The New York Post report covers an altercation between groups from South America and Africa. Granted, it only takes a few people in a 3,000-person tent shelter to cause problems, but it seems like this is a problem here more so than it is anywhere else. And you know something? That exposes the inhumanity of policies many New Yorkers say they support. How is this humane, keeping people in a tent where they can't leave and have to stay all day? Yet this is what right to shelter looks like when the city that's supposed to provide it runs out of space. Yet at this point, 80% of people in New York City say they support right to shelter because it keeps people from living on the street. But at the same time, the people living in the shelters aren't in a position to advance their lives at all. And that critics say building facilities like this that cost millions of dollars, they're not cheap, aren't helping anybody.
This was the scene last Thursday at around 11 a.m. According to the NYPD, they responded to a 911 call about a man causing a disturbance at the migrant shelter on Randall's Island.
So if someone showed you that video with no audio, where would you think the video came from? Would you think it came from a multi-million-dollar shelter in a public park in New York or a prison somewhere else? Apparently, the Randall's Island shelter costs $20 million a month to operate, $240 million a year. And you know something? This is very sad for the people who have to live inside that shelter. The vast majority of which came to this country just wanting to start a better life for themselves. But the problem is they have been grossly misled about what that life is going to look like. Because while critics say the city's generous safety net is a magnet for immigration, others say that this is only happening because the truth about what awaits many asylum seekers isn't actually being disclosed to them. Plus, you've got an entire operation of for-profit nonprofits that run the gigantic tents, provide the food, provide some of the security, provide all types of different services for the people who need to live there. They're not too upset with with how the shelter's operating. They're making millions. Yet the people that are there didn't realize that they would essentially be trapped there as prisoners because getting jobs and getting on their own 2 feet in the most expensive city harder than the people who moved them into this shelter have made it sound. And even though the city's leaders are the ones who set this place up, their hands are tied and they know it. The law says we've got a right to shelter and cities have to obey it, even if this is what it looks like.
Anytime you have 3,000 people who are placed in an environment that they cannot work, they have to sit around all day, things like this have the potential to happen.
Mayor Eric Adams.
Honestly, you can feel the frustration in Mayor Adams' voice. He knows this is a bad situation. Now, is the mayor perfect? No, but he understands 2 important things about the asylum crisis. First, he understands that the desire of activists to house the entire world conflicts with federal requirements regarding work authorization. Because the goal of homeless shelters is to help people get on their feet, but that's not something the people in these shelters who are seeking asylum may ever have the opportunity to do, especially if their asylum claim is not and they're told to leave the country. Not didn't want to. Congregate who comes here looking for a place to stay. Physical building, which has plumbing, structure, and since these are environments that essentially have 3,000 people all sleeping in the exact same room with communal bathrooms and a communal kitchen, no sense of privacy, we've got to wonder how much that negatively affects the mental state of the people in there and keeps them from dancing out of the system to begin with. And then same protesters who say want these tent shelters to disappear, they're the same protesters who get angry when the mayor finds a building that's in their nice neighborhood condo and says, hey, let's make this a humane place to live. Oh, no, they don't want that, which is why these temporary tents might now likely be permanent.
It is to the detriment of all those temporarily housed in the park, along with the thousands of New Yorkers being denied access to parkland. That in a letter to Mayor Adams. Moreover, it is illegal, and it is time for it to end.
Yeah, this is the same nonsense that happens whenever the city tries to build any shelter anywhere. And this is the exact same thing we're seeing play out in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, where the city's largest physical shelter stands, housing over 3,000 people in former industrial buildings that used to house corporate offices that have all been shut down. Residents there, 8% of whom probably support right to shelter, have all kinds how that shelter's inhumane as well. And even though there are many arguments for how more immigration might be good for New York City, none of those arguments want to account for the reality of the housing shortage the city is facing. On top of that, there are other problems inherent to operating a massive tent shelter in the middle of a soccer field. For one, where do you think all the water goes when
well,
it's buffering. Brother Shabazz is buffering.
Yeah, this is they build shelter at the park for the immigrant.
I'm glad that when they try to put the brothers in there, they were in Brooklyn. The brothers were like, hell no, I ain't going over there. At one point, these was kind of phones and everything. They didn't even have that over there. And those guys were working. They actually had great jobs. They were Americans. Living in a weird ass little like a man's building, like a halfway house, but it wasn't a halfway house, you know what I mean?
So here we have one of the city's better shelters. It's a former hotel here on Ward Street in the Lower East Side. But just like people living on Randall's Island, the folks that are here also have no they can stay. And leaving the shelter system, well, that may never happen. badly.
Well, after months of urging from both local and state leaders across the nation, President Biden on Thursday expanded temporary protected status for immigrants coming from Venezuela. Mayors and governors from California to New York to Massachusetts had been pushing for the TPS expansion.
So part of the reason that people are still trapped is because 9 months ago, this issue of folks being able to work and get on their feet, well, that was supposed to have been solved, but obviously that's not the case. But one of the main issues we hear facing asylum seekers is that they cannot get normal jobs and live normal lives. And what the federal government did a few months ago was they gave temporary protected status from Venezuela, which has seen hundreds of thousands of its citizens flee and come to the United States to escape violence and poverty. And the reason temporary protected status is so important is because it cuts down on the amount of time people have to wait before getting proper work authorization. And under normal circumstances, folks seeking asylum have to wait 180 days from when they submit their asylum application to when they can get work authorization. But TPS cuts that down to just 1 month. This was supposed to solve the problem of thousands of people sitting around at their shelters not being able to do anything, but it hasn't. Plus, many of the asylum seekers entering the United States from countries in Africa do not benefit from temporary protected status, which means they're still subject to the 180-day waiting period. But even if they could start working in as little as 30 days, that might not do a whole lot because we have very high unemployment among those who've recently come to the country, revealing a major problem with how quickly it is for recent immigrants to get integrated into the city's economy, even when work permission isn't in the way. And although every single time the city sets up a shelter, you've got residents complaining, people in the neighborhood, all of a sudden, no one's able to see that there's a problem stopping many of these folks from getting jobs. Yet we keep hearing from activists that we've got all of these jobs and we need all of these people to come here and fill them, but those activists may not have passed by their local shelter to see all of the people sitting there without these jobs that they came here believing existed. Part of the problem could be that we're in the middle of a not so great economy. Businesses in many parts of town are reducing their hours and cutting back in order to save money, which unfortunately also means hiring less people. But that's only part of the problem. One of the most popular jobs asylum seekers could get, jobs doing delivery for local businesses and restaurants, those are also now harder to come by, which is the city's fault as they recently passed minimum wage requirements for delivery riders. And now all of these bikes are sitting around not doing anything, just like the people who ride them, because people are ordering less now that the fees are higher. And at this point, one has to ask themselves, what jobs specifically in New York are available to the people who are in the shelter system? Because if English is not your first language, if instead it's Spanish or French, this clothing store, for example, that has a lot of English-speaking customers may not be able to bring you in if you cannot interact with the people on the sales floor who might want to buy something. And there are only so many jobs in kitchen and renovation. Will the Postal Service hire you if French is your only language? How about the fire department? How about the police? And what if you're lacking in computer skills? Modern America is an internet-connected country with an economy that's mostly service-based. But even if the answer to those questions was a guaranteed yes, there's another problem. The asylum seekers, which is that even though New York is a sanctuary city, it's a very expensive one. And you're going to need a six-figure income if you want to live in one of these little apartments that are around me right now. And part of the problem is restaurants like this across the street just don't have enough six-figure jobs to offer, revealing that work permission by itself is pretty worthless if there aren't any available jobs.
Close to 500,000 Venezuelans living in the U.S. before July 31st have been granted temporary protected status, the status allowing Venezuelan migrant and asylum seekers to live and work legally in the country for 8 months.
To help also.
Again, this was 9 months ago, and today we'll have a crisis of people being in shelters who cannot leave, cannot get jobs, have nothing to do. And although many people would like to place the blame for these problems squarely upon the people with whom it affects, critics say the city isn't doing enough to accurately inform asylum seekers of the reality that awaits them if they come here and if they check into a hotel. Instead, as soon as people arrive in the city, a red carpet of caseworkers are essentially rolled out for them. Immediately at the Roosevelt Hotel Welcome Center, they can meet with people that help them do all of their necessary paperwork, asylum applications, medical checkups. But if people came here with the intent to get employed, how come we're not telling them that those jobs might not actually be out there? And even though it looks like the city has unlimited resources when it comes to housing and feeding people, where are the resources for teaching people how to make a living on their own? Where are the resources teaching people valuable trades like welding or masonry work? Where are the college classes teaching people how to become part of our advanced economy? That might sound facetious, but it exposes the massive disconnect between all of the people who say we need more immigration, not less. Yet every time a shelter gets set up, they want it shut down. And every time people are sitting around being unable to work, they get upset, they protest. But at no point does anyone consider that the reason folks aren't getting jobs is because the economy is over here and maybe their skill set isn't aligned with it just yet. Observers say this means you can't be an advocate for the city's current immigration policies if you don't also believe that the city has thousands of unfilled jobs that everyone can immediately sign up for. And this does a great job explaining why activists are so upset right now. They see all of these people sitting around and they see the unused potential of so many folks who want to work and can't. But at the exact same time, they don't understand every single restaurant and every single boutique isn't hiring or doesn't have positions that these folks can immediately fill. They also don't seem to understand that our advanced service sector, jobs like finance, jobs like accounting, many of which would require a college degree, might off limits to people that don't have a degree and haven't yet achieved language proficiency in English. Is that what's happening? Does New York City's asylum crisis exist partly because the people advocating for it don't understand the dynamics facing each and every one of those asylum seekers? Should the city do more to prepare people for life outside of a shelter, for life on their own 2 feet economically? Or is that impossible because the asylum crisis as is already so expensive that the city's now resorted to building tent shelters for people because they can't live in rich neighborhoods for some reason? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'll see you in the next video.
Wow.
I wish I thought on the Randall Island situation in New York. The illegal immigrants.
So it's just very crazy of the immigrant, and while we just waiting for a reparation check, and there's somebody who's struggling to get a job, and they just gonna shelter the immigrants. That's not right.
Nope.
The white passing, because he did mention something about Africa.
Oh yeah, I gotta get going. Nice. It's nice to be on the show.
Oh, okay. You gotta go, Brother Spence. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right, get some rest. We'll see you. I'll see you later. Bye.
See you later. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Barely.
Sorry, the signal going in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But what's your thoughts on with Cash Jordan's display for us?
I don't know what else to say.
In New York.
It's not equal treatment anywhere, so it's only an issue because of them. Like they made an issue, but when it was the brothers making an issue, they didn't give a damn. When it's irregular men saying that they can't live in dangerous conditions, nobody gave a damn. But when they say it, there's obviously an issue, and they gotta do all this hoops and loops and jumping through. Oh my God, we gotta protect them. And I think that with the African brothers, they have just as right to alleged asylum as the Latin ones. I say that because they're in different, no matter where they come from, there's some sort of detriment going on in each little country or a little state or whatever. There's certain things going on. There's little wars everywhere, depending on where they're coming out. There's violence everywhere over there. So, or in some areas, obviously that's why they're fleeing. So why don't they get the same? that same resources. They can have the same resources. Why did they have to be treated different? And these ones get to be treated like whatever. They should have just as much fucking right to alleged asylum as the other ones. Especially them, especially the brothers for Africa. You know what I mean? Like off top, just general principle. You know? I mean, like Africa's always been start of time. A general principle, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's a global system of racist and white supremacy that controls all non-areas of human activity. This is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion. So a lot of those type of cultures and backgrounds, but they practice the same anti-black hatred in their homelands, and they bring that over here. But yeah, the government is purposely doing this, and they're putting them above us, black family, and that has to stop immediately.
Above even the brothers from other countries too. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't matter. It's like it's obviously a colorism thing.
They're putting the brothers from other countries up against us. Those are the tethers. Those are the ones that come over here to leech off of us. They're not no riders like no Garbies or no Kwame Ture.
To start just like that. We're not talking about the ones that have been here being tethers. We're talking about the brothers that just came from Africa here. You know, they're not even allowed the same treatment. That's the same treatment of asylum. That's not right either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's a global system like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do? What are you gonna do right now? I'll be right back.
Okay. Go over the Supreme Court ruling.
Okay, I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. I got a situation. I'll be right back. I'm going on mute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. So the Supreme Court. Okay.
I'm
so
still
the Supreme Court
in so in case something happens, I'm not leaving the studio. I'll just be right back. Be right back.
A new ruling from the Supreme Court has the potential to change the police unhoused populations. The ruling from the High Court allows cities to punish people sleeping in public places. Atlanta News First reporter Brittany Ford has been following this story. And Brittany, what changes can we expect to see here in Atlanta?
Well, Tori, Mayor Dickens says that the city of Atlanta will not be making any changes to its homeless policies. But as you mentioned, the Supreme Court ruling would essentially punish people sleeping in public places like you see right behind me. We spoke with local advocates who fear that there will be a domino effect on cities like Atlanta who are pushing back.
60-year-old Stanley Norris is trying to get back on his feet. He currently calls the streets home.
Under the bridge, down there by my car market. Right over at the mother, they provide. They help.
This is his reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court's latest ruling allowing cities to arrest, cite, and fine people who sleep outside in public places.
What kind of problem they solving? Give us some help first. Get us off the street.
The city of Atlanta will not enforce a homeless ban. In a statement, Mayor Andre Dickens said in part, falling on a hard time, not a crime. Since taking office, we've humanely relocated hundreds of individuals from encampments throughout the city. Those that are working their way back to self-sufficiency.
It makes our jobs harder. People who are being criminalized for
not having a home, not having a bed, and they're receiving tickets and going to jail for experiencing homelessness, they now have a criminal record.
Kelly Glenn is with Hope Atlanta, a nonprofit organization who has partnered with the city of Atlanta on rapid housing initiatives to house the homeless. She says the ruling will create greater demand.
And we can expect to see people who are being mistreated in cities that they are living unhoused in, coming to cities like Atlanta and seeking services.
Blacc Stanley try to wrap their head around the why.
If you got some power, use it in the right direction.
Glenn says it's a step in the wrong direction.
And to criminalize them, it's setting us back decades.
Now, the Supreme Court ruling still applies even if shelter space is lacking. This ruling has been described as one of the most significant that the higher courts have made. Homelessness in gates. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, Brittany Ford, Atlanta News.
I got a question for you. For the folks at home who don't know about campus yet, tell them.
To a major ruling for the from the Supreme Court for the city of San Diego, which impacts how cities like ours craft policies to respond to the homeless crisis. The nation's high court ruled that cities can enforce bans on people sleeping on the sidewalks, even when there is nowhere else to go. In a 6-3 decision, the High Court found outdoor sleeping bans do not violate the Eighth Amendment. Today's decision overturns a ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that found such laws amount to cruel and unusual punishment when shelter space is lacking. Mayor Gloria said today's ruling gives San Diego clarity moving forward. Councilmember Stephen Whitburn authored San Diego's unsafe camping ordinance.
I do not see the city of San Diego changing its approach to homelessness based on today's ruling. This ruling is where Diego is doing right. Oh.
It's honestly really unfortunate.
More than 10,600 people are on shelter in San Diego County, according to the latest point-in-time count.
The people that they have mental health issues. What is a challenge to get these people to move or even to listen to you, to have a conversation. They're human, they're in a way aware.
Alexis Sanchez has spent the last 19 weeks on 14th and Imperial, getting to know people experiencing homelessness and meeting some of their most basic needs.
And so for me, I just think of these people and actually as people, see them as people, because that's one of the pleasures we get when we come and interact with them.
Sanchez says he worries about the effect its ruling could have on people who are unsheltered. And he's not alone. Deacon Jim Vargas, president and CEO of Father Joe's Villages, says citing people who are sleeping on the street hurt their chances of getting off the street.
My hope that we wouldn't interpret this ruling here locally as an opportunity in order to issue citations to individuals, because the citations just able to pay the citations, and then so it just gets worse. It's on their record. I get penalties that are assessed as well, and so it actually from being able to find housing.
Insufficient beds. Deacon Vargas says their organization has capacity for 1,000 more to meet the need.
Whether it's Kettner or Vine or any other shelter, that we need to make sure we design it where it's conducive to recovery of these individuals.
That's breaking the cycle of home starts with putting a roof, getting them into affordable housing.
We need programs to help rehabilitate and then give opportunities to these people to then become, regular citizens again. That's what we really need.
Jeanette Quesada, NBC7.
Father Joe's Villages recently announced they will be launching a detox program next year to help individuals begin recovery and get them on a path to get off the streets.
Lady Cherry back.
This crime is
unprecedented,
unsolved, unbelievable.
Cities in Maine and all around the country now have the power to ban people sleeping or camping in public places. It comes from a U.S. Supreme Court ruling last week. News Center Maine's Raya Wooten joins us now to explain how this ruling is going to impact the city of Portland. Raya.
Chris, the issue of homelessness. Portland's mayor says the ruling only validates the city's responsibility to make sure everyone is sheltered, but others believe the ruling is just another attack on people who are already struggling.
Yeah, I've been woken up by the police a couple times, and they told us we had 20 minutes to leave or we get arrested.
24-year-old Joseph has been homeless on off again since he was 19. He's worried about the potential impact of the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling that affirmed a city's right to enforce a ban on keeping and sleeping in public.
Because if they have no place to go, where are we supposed to go?
Shelters have rules that can be difficult for some to live with, he says.
You know what I mean? Where are we supposed to stay awake and walk around all night?
As he stuffs his sleeping bag in his backpack, Joseph explains that even when shelters aren't full, he would still sleep under bridges at night and walk the streets during the day.
So I think the courts made it clear.
But Mayor Mark Zion said encampments won't stand in city.
We swept a number of camps in the city. We accomplished that without arrest. We have a nationally recognized behavioral health unit within the police department. They're doing their work every day.
Zion says he's in favor of a hazardous approach to homelessness, but he says outdoor sleeping won't be allowed, and the Supreme Court ruling gives cities room to act.
How do you respond to that when you have someone who's not receiving the services that may be available?
Well, there's going to come a point, if they're totally uncooperative, they will be removed from the setting. And if that requires an arrest, then so be it. I want you to know that we're making every step not to get to that. And we haven't. In all this work of removing everyone from those environments, we have not seen a basis to arrest anyone.
Where Zion counts the ruling as a win for cities. Represent in poverty.
We know that it is not effective to punish people. Jail time incurred is not an effective way to address this issue.
As for Joseph, until he finds permanent housing, he'll by day and sleep by night, calling the outdoors home. Representatives from Maine ACLU say continuing to provide wraparound services that address poverty, substance use disorder, and other root causes of homelessness is the best way to address the issue in the community, even when people refuse help or assistance.
It is a difficult issue. Thank you, Ryan.
More than welcome.
In another Supreme Court decision released today,
it's been less than a week since the Supreme Court ruled that camping outdoors can be criminalized.
It is a measure that impact thousands of unhoused people in the United States. Now, in Burien, there's been an ongoing rift between the city and King County deputies over their anti-camping ban. The King County Sheriff's Office has refused to enforce the ordinance. They wanted the Supreme Court justices to weigh in on the issue, but despite last week's decision, deputies still won't enforce it. They say the city needs to address their issues. The sheriff's office wants more clarity, they say, on exactly where camping is prohibited and what conduct is prohibited in a no camping zone. But just here, communities across the nation are impacted by this. Kennedy Hayes is live in Denver for us, one of the cities with the largest homeless population. So Kennedy, how are people reacting there?
David and Hannah, well, the Supreme Court's anti-camping rule is controversial. Denver already had a camping ban, but rarely was anyone ever ticketed or arrested. Now, cities across the United States have more freedom to enforce those type of consequences. People who do not support the ban tell me that they worry it criminalizes people who are living in the streets.
We're talking about cold weather. We're talking about hot weather, any of these extremes. It's not viable if you don't have proper protection from the elements. It's horrifying.
The 6-3 decision Friday ruled that outdoor sleeping bans are not, quote, cruel and unusual punishment. Cities previously couldn't completely ban people from sleeping outdoors, but now cities like Denver can enforce their camping bans and sweeps even when shelter spaces are not available. The anti-camping law comes as homeless populations surge in states across the country. On any given night, more than 600,000 people are homeless, according to U.S. government estimates. New York City, Los Angeles, Denver, and Chicago saw the largest increases in homeless people last year. Chicago seeing the biggest increase at 58%, followed by Denver at 46%. Advocates of the ban say it will help with public health and safety.
We've seen people dying from overdoses and violence that they've been subjected to, trapped in dangerous encampments. Now, cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles will have the same tools available to New York, to Washington, D.C., and Boston.
Now it's up to other cities if they want to bring on stricter consequences. As far as Denver concerned, will remain and into permanent housing. In Denver, Kennedy Hayes, Fox 13 News.
All right, Lady Cherry, you back with us?
Yeah.
Giving tickets to a homeless person, it only eliminates their chances of getting housing, because if you have a warrant or a conviction for a misdemeanor, they bump you off the list for housing. So they're saying they have housing available, but they don't. My wait time is now over a year from now, even though I've been on the list since February. There's nothing available. And I've been sleeping in the dirt, bugs crawling all over me. I have no place to go to the bathroom or wash myself. I can't wash myself out in the open. I have no privacy. People have been stealing my stuff. People around town, they hit on me, and I kind of get creeped out about that. Like, hey, you want to write? No, thank you. I'm walking around because I have nowhere to go. I don't want to ride. Where would I go? Do people really see me as less than human? I worked all my life. I took care of my mom after her stroke. And that was the hardest job above all, being a mom and taking care of a bedridden person, that's hard. I was happy to do it though. If I had anyone in my family who had the resources to help me, I wouldn't be here. I can't imagine handing out tickets to people like me. It's scary. I can't get to court. How am I supposed to get to court? I don't have bus money. Glad I was able to stay good. You know, what one man's trash is another man's treasure. Like that yucky old roasting pan was my mom's. It's the only thing I have left of my mom out here. Someone looks at it and I think that's garbage, but it's a keepsake. And I look at that pile of stuff out in front of the camp and I think, wow, what a huge load of garbage. Well, it wasn't garbage before the bobcat ran it over and destroyed it. It was people's beds and homes and blankets. I don't even have a coat and I freeze at night. I took my coat. They say there's a big difference between sheltered and unsheltered in the unhoused community. And recognize that confuses me because why did they destroy my shelter and turn me sheltered homeless person to an unsheltered homeless person? And it seems counterintuitive that destroying my shelter, giving me tickets, putting me in jail, that's supposed to help me? It's like, oh, okay, all my medical problems will go away and all my mental health issues will just disappear because you destroyed my shelter and gave me a ticket. It doesn't make any sense to me. When people say there's a terrible health problem, what do they mean? It's a human tragedy that people are unhoused because of the economy? Or are they saying, I don't like looking at homeless people, so get rid of them? But we're not going anywhere. Our camp was hidden, secluded. Now we're all out on the streets. And everyone's going to have to look at me.
So that was the Sac Town. Since you're back, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this ruling and the clips I just played? Whichever ones you were able to catch. I played about 4 or 5 of them from all over the country.
They fucked everything up really with that ruling because all the fucking sanctuary cities have not just the unhoused issue. I mean, that's one thing, but now they have an unhoused and migrant unhoused problem. And so what is that? So they're gonna keep robbing the people to allegedly house people with what do you call it, like non-sustainable fucking AMIs and whatever, and do what they did that one summer and lock everybody up and get rid of them that way.
Yeah.
They locked a whole fucking 1,000 people up and nobody knew where they went. Remember?
Yeah, 1,500.
While they were all being generous and giving and whatnot, and everybody wanted to take care of people. They came like this. You know, everybody was like, "Fuck the unhoused, the regular unhoused people." And then now, the mayor was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that." I'll show you right. Show you right. Now you got more to deal with, and we told you so before they took him into office. We told them so. Like, for fucking years, we told them so.
Yeah.
They don't ever want to listen to us. Oh well, I guess now you gotta deal with this fucking money's just like whatever with them, and they don't give a fuck about the people, the actual people. You know what I mean? That have been struggling this whole time, and then they want to be like, oh, it's a mental health issue. Is it? Oh, it's a drug problem. Is it really? You know, is it just that you just want to do what you want to do, and dominant society, everybody else get make money off of the plight, right? And it just keeps getting worse because it never gets fixed with these big. I'm gonna fix homeless problem. Fix the homeless in a year. It's already going on what, a year and a half. You just made it bigger and worse.
A year. It's been a year.
About a year.
It'll
So
be a year on the 6th.
Bigger and worse. And is there a solution? Of course, there's a solution. You don't care about what the people think or how the bottom people know how to solve the solution. You know what I mean? So, as usual. So, just check it out. It's only going to get worse because then you got the regular people that are unhoused or that are in houses who can't afford to be in houses. So, what's going to happen? Or afford to be in apartments, townhomes, whatever the fuck they're in, little box studio apartments. They're going to be right there, unhoused again with everybody in the mud. So who's really going to be housed? Gentrifiers. Gentrifiers are the ones that make the most money. Dude, if they're going to open a fucking thing in 5 Points, it's already been gentrified, but that has a big sustainable fucking unhoused community in 5 Points, right? Talking about they're going to open a fucking apartment complex for the unhoused or whatever, but at 80% AMI, whatever last year to 30%. They said fuck 30%.
They call that what they call that's the diversity of housing. So they want to have it. They want to have it from 0 to 30 all the way up to 80.
No, they didn't even say 0 to 30 on that one. They said just straight 80%.
Yeah, on that one in particular, but I'm saying like they call themselves trying to even it out. Like we're gonna have this much 0 to 30%. We're gonna have this much 30 to 60%.
Youth one and the youth and the woman one, right there in that area. For the youth or the
see that's being built up in Central Park and over by where you're at. That's not affordable. That's not for us. None of that shit is affordable. It's
None of it.
Out of most of our price ranges.
They don't even want to pay their own fucking employees, but they want to take a paycheck. So how the fuck are regular people gonna live?
Mm-hmm.
Like just imagine say somebody else, anybody we know that in a better condition than us, having to lose their apartment all of a sudden and be unhoused, and they don't know what the fuck to do. Let alone they barely have a job, and they're expected to pay fucking 80% AMI. But motherfuckers just literally that's doing the most, man. Like
to rent. They're not even doing this to own. They're doing this to rent.
And they highlight single women getting buying houses now like it's a rip. They're not saying, oh, single families or single black families or single black women are owning houses. Yay! Okay, cool, man. But I mean, how's this a rip? There's no where's the family? Do you know what I mean?
The family is out on the streets.
They're producing. They're just selling this motherfucking solidary single lives at a high expensive fucking tax bracket beyond your means of existing. And sooner or later, these people are not gonna be able to afford their houses. What happened? Foreclosure and out in the street. It's like all them houses at 5 Points, all foreclosed on, just empty. Well, maybe not, but who knows? We don't know. Who knows? But they're not. See by their people.
They're selling whole lots for 500,000. Just lots, not even just lots. So I was gonna put some more clips of what's happening here in Denver
Go for it.
in regards to our unhoused neighbor situation. So
Taking its buffering. Anyway, one little eyeball. I see you. Thanks for stopping in. Staying up late, I guess. I just came to visit, and I'm intending on getting stuck in here. Came to visit. Seemed like a pretty productive show. Take it, it's buffering or stay happening. It's been a hell of a day. Okay, well, cool. I'm in here. Thank you, little eyeball, for watching, whoever that is. He'll be right back with the events of the Unhoused situation here. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen a lot of ugly shit today. I really don't want to talk about. But I'll tell you what, man. These T's got to go ahead and fucking lock motherfuckers up. They're not playing. They're not playing. I can't wait so we can police them. Crazy day. Wonder what else you guys talked about. I missed the whole show. It was like 90 degrees outside. I was soaking up the sun. It was great. It's great. So I got really, 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 really sick and shouldn't have been outside at all. I guess I have to let you in. There you're good. Beyond sick. But I'm yeah, I'll be down for a second. Making small talk. Yeah, another situation. I'm really kind of waiting for some more. I'm surprised they're not doing any actions in regards to this. This kind of like it's too hot to do actions or what? This is shit. They're gonna have a All House Keys Action Network. It's gonna have a lot more to deal with here shortly. But they love it. I fire everybody. At the end of the day, I don't think anybody would have a job before this week. I understand.
Safety and dignity of people experiencing homelessness at risk. Kathy Alderman, a spokesperson for Colorado's Coalition for the Homeless, shared her thoughts on the impact.
What we'll do is open the door for more punitive and enforcement-driven policies against people experiencing homelessness simply because they don't have a home. And what it doesn't do is solve homelessness or incentivize local governments to make the investments in housing and shelter and services and the things that we know make meaningful impacts in resolving homelessness.
Again, we asked the city of Denver if they anticipate a change to their enforcement. In a statement, a spokesperson for the mayor's office says, in part, we do not need the U.S. Supreme Court's guidance to know the right way to address homelessness. The right way to address homelessness is through compassion.
Who said that? Denver what? Oh, the spokes. Oh, and mayor. Oh, yeah, you got a safe face. You fucked up.
You.
I guess you wasn't expecting that. It's just gonna get worse and worse. I'm good. I'm watching it. It was like at this point, I'm on Black vacation again. Here is that big man. They talk about other motherfuckers' family. But he's pivoting. He's doing a grand old pivot. So ain't forever on the pivot.
Buy one and get one free on all custom window shades and curtains during select blinds 4th of July.
A Colorado soldier fought in Iraq and Afghanistan and returned home to face the big battle of his life.
A battle with addiction that left him without hope and without a home, but he's turned things around in a very heroic way. The story in tonight's Serving Those Who Serve report.
It's a happy memory.
It is always emotional returning to the very spot that changed Eric Giannis's life.
Honestly, if it wasn't for these places right here, I couldn't be where I'm at.
When he hit rock bottom, this veterans transitional housing unit at the Salvation Army in Colorado Springs is the place that changed everything.
Because somehow, during my drug use, I lost the person who I was.
Giannis is an Army veteran. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
I had to engage the enemy. You know, that was, for me, the scariest.
But his transition to civilian life was rocky, and a few years ago he battled an addiction to pain pills.
Instead of facing the actions or trying to do better, my first instinct was to go back to the drug.
That addiction left him jobless, homeless, and hopeless.
We lived in a trailer. I stopped paying my rent and we got evicted.
When he was evicted and had nowhere else to go, he came here.
So I call the front desk over here and this lady answers the phone. She's like, look, honey, there's nothing we can do now. It's almost 5 o'clock, but call back Monday. The lady says, you know what? We have a prayer board. She's like, I'm going to write a prayer for you. And I'm going to put it on my board, and then I'll pray for you and your family. You know, for someone to just be that nice to me, it was just something that I needed.
Fast forward a year or so, and his life turned around. They get a home, get a job, take care of a growing family, and more than anything, helped him find purpose again. The same purpose he had a few years before when he heroically served our country.
It takes a hero to serve their country, but also takes a hero to recognize that their life's not on the right path and then take the steps to make that right. And because of that, I think you're a hero. And that's why we are naming you the Fox 31 Hero of the Month.
Oh, wow.
For this month. We want you to keep it on the mantle as a reminder of all the great things that have happened in your life.
Thank you. It means a lot. Yeah. It really does.
Eric Giannis knows he's far from perfect and he has a long way to go, but it's hard not to be proud of just how far he's come. And the timing couldn't be better. His growing family is about to grow even more. They have a baby on the way, a baby who will have a great role model as a father.
I love my life now. I can truly say I'm the happiest I've ever been.
So congrats to Eric for the award and for the new baby. And with that plaque, he also gets a $500 Visa gift card from our Serving Those Who Serve sponsors at Ford and the Leo Hill Charitable Trust. To nominate a veteran or active duty service member for our Hero of the Month honors, just visit the Serving Those Who Serve page at kdvr.com. An organization making it their mission to help people and families make the move away from homelessness, and now they're offering more help in the form of free furniture. Today, on the House, Denver held the grand opening for their furniture bank. It's to address the lack of furnishing for unhoused or those who are transitioning into housing.
So that's like the furniture place I was telling you about by my house, Lady Che. Jesus Saves the rescue mission has.
Yeah.
It's a similar setup, but it's like a whole warehouse full of furniture, like real nice furniture that you can get free of charge. You just got to figure out how you're going to deliver it, pick it up and deliver it. But yeah.
Furniture comes at no cost, and those at the event got a tour around the warehouse to see goods that they could then take back home for their house. They say even the simplest items can make that move much easier.
So just those bare minimum items of a bed that they can feel comfortable in, a table, a desk. It makes all the difference to make it feel like it is a home.
And the organization says their goal is to end furniture poverty here in the Denver metro.
I can dig it.
So where Lady Chase at, here's an update on the ruling in regards to the
Hey, welcome to Events and Adventures. We've been expecting you. Come join us.
This morning's Supreme Court ruling, which allows cities to enforce urban camping bans, is being met with mixed reviews. Critics, including 3 of the Supreme Court justices, say it's unfair to punish people who simply can't afford housing. Fox 31's Ashley Michaels taking a closer look at the impacts here in Colorado. She joins us live with those details. Ashley.
We spoke to leaders in both Denver and Aurora. They tell us this morning's ruling does not change their policies, and if anything, it solidifies them.
Over the last few years, Denver's housing crisis has spilled onto the streets. According to the Denver Rescue Mission, 7,000 people have no shelter at all besides a car, a tent, or a blanket.
There's not an all.
Place for people to go.
But last week, Aurora enacted a tougher camping ban that'll go into effect this summer.
We're going to have a much tougher policy when it comes to illegal camping on the I-225 corridor, where for the first time, people will be ticketed for trespass.
Mayor Kaufman says the Supreme Court's decision clears the way for Aurora's tough love plan without question. But there are still a lot of questions.
With this court decision, that's a possibility, sure. That people could get arrested for sleeping in their car. People could get arrested for sleeping in a park.
He says that's not the goal in his city. Still, advocates for those without homes say the High Court's decision sends the wrong message.
We know that roughly 90 to 99% of people who are houseless want housing. It's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of availability. And so to criminalize someone is not a solution.
We also reached out to the city of Denver. Mayor Mike Johnston's office sent a statement that says, in part, policies will not be changing. They plan to continue using dignity and humanity to get more people off the streets and into shelters. Ashley Michaels, Fox 31.
All right, Ashley, thank you.
A recent study by Age of Aware suggests that over 90% of the homeless population.
Before I get to this top 10 states with the highest homeless crisis in the U.S.
They gotta say whatever right at this point because they they're just itchy. They're really itchy. And all the people that call in always complain about the fucking unhoused, man. They're just like, yeah, it's not. It's not your backfire, you know. Not your backfire. Yeah. Like people just don't understand. Like sometimes it's not. Sometimes you can make that work for you. You really could. So we'll see.
Right. So I had an update on what Johnston just said, but I'm gonna probably go to this next clip and then close it out. So the top 10 cities with highest homeless crisis in the United States, city of homelessness, I believe Denver is on the list amongst 9 other cities. So this clip is going to be about that.
Population in the U.S. resides in metropolitan areas. This translates to a range of roughly 1.6 million to 1.8 million homeless people living in our cities. Today, we'll explore 10 of the U.S. metropolitan areas facing a significant homeless crisis. 10. Santa Ana, California. Santa Ana serves as a microcosm of the national struggle with homelessness. According to the 2023 Annual Homeless Assessment Report, Santa Ana had an estimated 24,718 people experiencing homelessness on a single night in 2023. With Santa Ana accounting for a whopping 72% of Orange County's homeless population according to 2022 data. The 2023 AHAR data exposes a troubling trend. A 9.4% increase in Santa Ana's homeless population compared to 2022. Furthermore, the 2023 data reveals that 58% of Santa Ana's homeless population live unsheltered, meaning they reside in places not designed for human habitation. 9. Austin, Texas. Obtaining a definitive count of homeless individuals is challenging due to the transient nature of the population. However, point-in-time counts conducted by the Ending Community Homelessness Coalition reveals a total of 25 the population remained relatively stable at 9,347 individuals. This continued need for emergency shelters and transitional housing programs. The data shows that 23% of the homeless population are families with children. This underscores the significant impact homelessness has on entire family units. 8. Denver, Colorado. According to this 2023 point-in-time count conducted by the Denver Metro Homeless Coalition, a staggering 34,054 people were experiencing homelessness in the Denver metro area. This figure represents a sharp 11% increase from the 2022 count, and a concerning 58% increase since 2016. The data further reveals a troubling trend, a rise in the unsheltered homeless population. Between 2020 and 2023, the number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness jumped by 33%, reaching 14,078 individuals. This means 1 in 3 homeless people in Denver lack access to emergency shelters or transitional housing. The data also sheds light on the prevalence of chronic homelessness. In 2023, an estimated 9,567 people in the Denver metro area fell under this category, defined as experiencing homelessness for a year or more, or experiencing homelessness repeatedly over a 3-year period. 7. San Francisco Bay Area, California. The 2022 point-in-time count conducted by the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing revealed a total of 37,754 people experienced homelessness in San Francisco on a single night. While this represents a 5% increase from the 2019 count, more concerning is the high number of unsheltered individuals. The 2022 in parks or outdoor locations. This constitutes over % of the total homeless population, highlighting the significant challenge of providing adequate shelter and support. The data also sheds light on chronic homelessness, a subcategory defined as experiencing homelessness for a year or more, or repeatedly over a 3-year period. In 2022, an estimated 8,628 people in San Francisco fell under this category. 6. Portland, Oregon. Obtaining an accurate count of the homeless population is notoriously difficult. The most recent point-in-time count conducted by the Joint Office of Homeless Services in January 2023 identified 48,872 people experiencing homelessness across the 3 counties comprising the Portland metro area. This represents a 17% increase in the 22 count. It's important to note that challenge-like outreach limitations might lead to undercounting, suggesting the true numbers could be higher. Data offers a deep look at the homeless population. In 2023, over 22,944 individuals were classified as unsheltered. They lived on the streets, in vehicles, or other places not intended for human habitation. This figure reflects a concerning 9% increase from 2022. Conversely, the number of people experiencing homelessness who were sheltered in emergency shelters or transitional housing facilities rose almost 10% in 2023. Despite the overall increase, a glimmer of hope emerged in the data on chronic homelessness. The 2023 count showed a 16% decline in chronic homelessness across the region compared to 2022. 5. San Jose, California. The 2023 point-in-time count conducted the San Jose Continuum of Care revealed a concerning number of people experiencing homelessness, about 61,028. This represents a significant 17% increase from 2022 and a staggering 50% increase compared to 2019. It's crucial to note that PIT count are estimates, and the actual number could be higher. The data on 36,822 individuals were categorized as unsheltered, meaning they lived on street, cars. This is not meant for human habitation. This constitutes a 22% 2022 and reflects a lack of sufficient shelter space. Conversely, the number of sheltered individuals has shown a slight increase of 6% since 2022, reaching 25,206.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. most weekdays, I can show you one simple way that could potentially bankroll your retirement.
Or San Diego, California. 2020 point-in-time count conducted by We All Count San Diego revealed a staggering 78,203 people experiencing homelessness. This represents a concerning 22% increase compared to the 2022 count.
Okay. Must be buffering again. All right, let's hold it down. Just watching this. It's almost over. So thing you wanted to point out that we do have a high unhoused count. Or like number 4. Jesus. I don't foresee it getting better. I don't know why I'm laughing, but I don't really see it getting better. It's kind of like, fuck, they did it to themselves, really. Like, so it's, we're going to do something, but yeah, they didn't. Yeah, it's right down to 3 o'clock. Yeah, allergic reaction. I feel like I have a cold. Nose running. I don't feel well. I feel like I don't feel well. Like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I feel like I have a cold. Or not a cold, but like allergic. I had an allergic reaction earlier in the week. Now it's just like sniffles. I think it's because it's late. Where'd he go? Okay. I'm giving like 2 more minutes and I'll close it out myself. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I have to catch up really. I mean, I was outside, so I saw more than what the media is telling us. Today anyway. All I see is building and people hiding. So it seems like anyway. police profiling. That's what I saw. that's how I summed it up, which isn't funny at all. The fucking then my like that's the way I was driving it. And my like just flashing the motherfucking lights all in my face. Like I'm like, damn, I'm just moving around, mind my own business. Intentionally wouldn't let me cross, like flashing the light, like whole beams. Just, like, motherfucker, you moving or I'm going. Shit. I was like, I have to wait. I did it intentionally slow. It was like three T's after they got the profiling a whole bus stop for no damn reason. I could tell it was for no damn reason. And they literally like wouldn't let me pass on purpose. Like sat there and looked at me. They looked at them, they looked at me. I'm like, hurry the fuck up. And I just sped around and they just followed me for like every other block. And they did profiling. I don't know why you're doing it. I got time though. I got time. I hitting like every other block, just hitting streets. And I was like, Jesus, it's too late for this type of shit. It was like 8:30. I was like, I have nothing better to do. And there's a little update that I saw. It's like right in my area on the news, but I was like, could he possibly say except put up that motherfucking Walmart again, stop playing. They literally made us into like a food desert. So you only have the Mexican grocers to go to. I guess isn't bad, it's whatever. There's one across the street, from the Walmart they closed down. Literal food desert. This show is kind of disheartening. Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna finish playing it or are you gonna close it out?
No, I'm not finished playing it. Gotta share it, So we have left off at San Diego, number 4 on the list.
%2 increase compared to the 2022 count, and a significant 42% increase since 2019. The data offers a more nuanced perspective when considering sheltered versus unsheltered homelessness. While the total number has risen, in 2023, 23,032 individuals were identified as unsheltered, representing a 5% increase from 2022. The data also highlights the disproportionate impact of homelessness on specific groups. Veterans continue to be a significant part of the homeless population, with 22% veterans counted in 2023, a 17% increase from the previous year. Additionally, the count showed a rise in women and seniors experiencing homelessness, suggesting a broadening crisis. 3. Seattle, Washington. Estimating the exact number of homeless individuals in Seattle is challenging. The annual point in the true number. According to the 2023 King County all-night count, .49 people were experiencing homelessness in Seattle. This figure represents a 1% increase since 2020. The data reveals a troubling disparity within the homeless population. While some find shelter in emergency shelters or transitional housing programs, a significant portion live unsheltered. The 2023 PIT count identified 37,281 people experiencing unsheltered homelessness, a 17% increase from 2022. This means nearly half of Seattle's homeless population lack even basic forms of shelter. The data also highlights the prevalence of chronic homelessness. In 2023, an estimated 15,510 people in King County had been homeless, experiencing homelessness in 2023. Additionally, youth homelessness remains. Data from the Coalition for the Homeless
Background noise?
reveals a staggering picture. As of April 2024, an estimated 100,498 people
The AC 1. 100,000 people sleep each night. Come on, internet.
The annual Hope Street count provides an estimate of the unsheltered population, but acknowledges limitations. In 2024, the count identified 31,100 40 people of accurately capturing the full scope of homeless individuals and families seeking refuge. Data shows that 55% of those in shelters in April 2024 were new arrivals, indicating a growing influx of people seeking stability in the city. The data reveals a disturbing trend: a high number of children and families experiencing homelessness. In April 2024, 68% of those in shelters were members of homeless families, including a staggering 20,298 children. This highlights the devastating impact homelessness has on the most vulnerable members of society. 1. Los Angeles, California. The 2023 Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count conducted by the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority revealed a staggering 105,518 people experiencing homelessness on any given night in Los Angeles. This represents a 9% increase from 2022 and a continuation of a troubling upward trend. The data offers a deeper look at the composition of the homeless population. Within the 105,518 individuals, an estimated 46,260 were experiencing sheltered homelessness within the city of Los Angeles. Furthermore, the count identified a concerning rise in the unsheltered homeless population, reaching 55,000 people, a 10% increase compared to 2022. The data emphasizes the DISP 23, 41% of Los Angeles County's homeless population were Black. Similarly, a significant number of veterans experience homelessness, with 23 Greater Los Angeles homeless count.
Wow. So as you can see, just about every major city in this country is on the list. Especially here out. All right, let's check what are your thoughts before we close this out.
Terrible shit. We lived it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we lived it, and now we advocate to end it.
Yep. It's terrible shit. It's really bad. So I mean, I just, man, I don't know what to do. Like, you know, I know what to do, but I don't know what to do. You know. It's after, I think every week it fucking changes. Something new changes. Like,
we've been making an impact. Kathy Altman is now talking like that.
that bitch needs fired. Her, Cole, everybody beneath them, half the city council. I mean, all the city council, except for one, Cashman. So that's the other further notice.
That's funny.
Okay, whole mayor's fucking cabinet, mayor, the auditor, the economist here.
Well,
okay, just shuffling shit around. You know, there's a lot of firing. I'd be firing everybody. There's nobody that fucking job.
Denver's on the top 10 list for one of the worst ran cities. You should definitely cover that on the RBA.
I'll think about it.
Horrible. Speaking of which, when can the people expect the next RBA? Since it looks like you're back in service.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually. I'm not even home, so just visiting, just meandering around. Don't worry about me, Jesse. Worry about what I'm up to. Goodness. I haven't been home all day, Jesse. Regards all Celestine, right? So we'll talk about that later. Probably so that I'm well enough to do one. I'm not well right now, so I'm not well at all. I'm assuming sometime this week, as I gotta make up for my show they took down all my work. So I gotta salty about that, and I gotta catch up on that. Little
it's
topics.
Still on the front line of Black News YouTube channel, just so you know.
Yeah. They probably took like I don't know. So I have to look at it, but if I have to redo it, that's good because I really wanted to cover like 3 things that I couldn't do. It's highly wasn't able to do it the right way I wanted to. So I'm kind of looking forward to it, but it won't be till like so I feel better. I'm not really well right this second. So, I'm assuming maybe like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But sometime this week, and I feel better. Kind of pondering it. I don't feel good at all. So
like this shit is wild. Of course. Last night there was a skateboard in the middle of the goddamn parking lot. At this time, this is crazy.
Yeah. Everybody stay favored, stay black, stay dangerous, fucking stay away from shit. Shit's getting kind of like because he's a little active, more so than usual.
Thank you for staying up late with us.
Is this part 3 or is part 2? Is this part 3 or part 2 or where are you at? Where are you? Okay, part 3. All right, I see now. Yeah, so the RV will come out probably after Chewbacca's Chewbacca's show is tomorrow, so or Tuesday. Tomorrow, it's Tuesday, right? Sorry, Valley. I'm really, really fucking sick. So, really like stupid sick. Today it's later on this evening. Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced comes on the usual Blog Talk hour. Jess will probably be streaming it over there where he's at. So stay tuned. It'll be a highly impactful topic as usual. Surely it's got to be full of twists, turns, and events and quality conversation. So stay tuned for that. I don't know what else to say right now currently because I just don't feel well, family. I'm really, 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 really sick. But yeah, stay tuned for Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced tonight, and Brother Che, Jesse would probably be streaming it over there at the Black House or wherever he's at. I think it's Black House. On Blog Talk and StreamYard and so look forward to that. It's gonna be highly impactful.
I'm back. Thank you for holding it down, Lady Trent.
Highly impactful. Shabaka's Black Experience and Dance. Surely be going off and talking shit about something. I don't know what the topic is, so
yeah. So join us tomorrow or later on today for
echoing.
No, it's the connection.
So that'll be tonight, later on tonight. And I'll probably either go. I'll probably do a show.
Right, so yeah, we're gonna be doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later on. So make sure y'all check that out.
Yeah.
I'll put my discussion and we want those demo rights.
They don't ever call. I don't know why you want to talk to them. They're like, they can't call now. Yeah, they can't call now. What can they possibly say? Yeah. I hear you though. I hear you. It's the connection's weird over there, but I heard you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah,
I
so
hear
we're gonna
you.
have an open mic discussion with two demo rats to call in and tell us why we should even waste our time voting for Biden, especially Biden. As you can see from my avatar, weekend at Biden's. Not gonna get it. So you Democrats going to come better than that. So we're gonna continue to keep our foot on y'all necks and on y'all helmets, down tangibles. Otherwise, you're not gonna get our vote in November. And you can't sit up here and wag your finger at us because it was you caused this Democrats. This is your doing. All of this that we show tonight was caused by the Democrats for the most part, outside of Louisiana with Landry. But everything else was Democrats, Democrats. So y'all gotta do better than that. Democrats. Just propping up Biden is not gonna get it. And Kamala's not gonna get it. And Osambo definitely ain't gonna get it. So do better, Democrats, or prepare to lose every election cycle all the way up to 2100. We don't care. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And we in it for the long haul. So thank you to everybody that tapped in tonight, stayed up super late with us. Much appreciated. Thank you for Lady Greg for tapping in at the very end. And we appreciate Matt 285 and 20 tapping in as well.
Thank you,
and who else gonna listen to on the playback. So we'll see y'all later. Experience Enhanced. Hopefully we'll have a better internet connection.
I don't know about that. So yes. All right. Stay black, stay dangerous.
Peace, love, light. Hold on. Yeah, so thank y'all for tuning into season 4, episode 13, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News, YouTube and Facebook, and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment from the mile-high income and illegal migrant flooded city. We will see y'all later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk Radio and simulcasted on StreamYard, YouTube, and Facebook. Peace.
Peace.